Good morning, Raptor Freaks. Alexiot's here, and we're a little early on Monday because it's Media Day today, and they're going to start it up at 9. And I wanted to talk for a little bit before Masai takes the podium around 9 o'clock. So just a little catch up, a little cleanup today. Between the interviews, I'm going to be talking a lot more, like analyzing each interview afterwards. I may not talk a whole lot during the interview, and this will allow all of us to watch it and pay attention to what they're saying. Now, I'm also going to be wearing these during this. So I'm wondering if y'all will be able to hear me. Can you hear me right now? That's a test because I don't usually wear headphones. I'm going to be putting them on like this and kind of talking like this to a degree because the headphones really pick up all the noise in the room. Like if you're ever annoyed with Raptors press conferences, the microphones just aren't that good. It's like too quiet. Put headphones on. You'd be shocked how much more you can pick up in the room. Sometimes I hear other voices in the reporters sitting in the back because I have the headphones on. So it's a very good tool to have for Raptors Media Day. Now we know the docket, the lineup for today is Masai first, Darko second, Pascal third. So, and also during this stream, I'll do the regular Instagram check. I'm going to do some reaction right now to the trades with Boston yesterday. And I'm also going to go back at some point today on today's stream and look at the teams we drafted yesterday and give you guys a little bit of my first impressions of what we did yesterday. So this stream is going to be a little bit of a mishmash of a lot of different things all at once. The regular Instagram check, me reacting to the live media day as it happens, and then also all that other kind of fun stuff. Let's see what y'all are saying in the comments first thing, and I won't ignore the comments today. That may be another thing that I do is during the breaks, I'll review all the comments that were done during that segment. Okay, y'all? So that's kind of how it's going to go today with the format. Good morning to Canadian Dana, first in, as usual. We love seeing Canadian Dana first thing in the morning. Good morning, everyone. Happy Media Day. Happy Media Day, Dana. In some ways, today is the official start of the season. The Media Day, when everybody reports and comes in and does these interviews, this is the start of the new NBA season. And that's what this is all about today. The new NBA season, talking about what we got coming up for the team. And I'm very excited about hearing Masai. He's under fire right now, and he's hearing a lot of crap talking about him. I'm ready to see him step to the plate and do what he does best in some ways. One of the things he does best, he does a lot of things good, but one of the things he does really good is Media Day. This man is inspirational, and he says some things during Media Day that make people believe. And that's what I'm ready for. I want to see Masai Ujiri come out there and answer the questions that they have for him and knock it out of the park. Show everybody that he knows exactly what he's doing and that all this craziness about, oh, what are the Raptors doing is stupid. Because in some ways, that's what he can do today with Media Day is shut up some of the dumb, unnecessary noise about what's happening with the team and the direction of the team. And that's one of the main things I want to hear from Masai this morning, for sure. G is here. Good morning, Dana and the Freaks. Yeah, G, we love you, G. Trivia champion, G. Always good to see you, my friend. Dana saying good morning to G. Cowboy is here. Good morning, Lex and Dana and G and all the Raptor Freaks. Bam, bam, dap, dap, dap. Media Day, let's go. The season is near. We got news this morning, Bradley, about your big man, Koloko. He's going to miss training camp this year. This is so reminiscent of Justin Champagny last year, where Justin just didn't do anything during the summer, and then he missed most of training camp. Now, I'm not worried about Koloko's place on the team like I was for Justin. He's a very good, project to bring up, and he has a lot of good attributes. But this respiratory problem that Koloko's having is continuing, and they released this morning, this man's going to miss training camp, and I hate hearing this. I'm really worried about Christian Koloko. What is going on with you, man? If this is any kind of COVID-related respiratory problem, or what is going on with Christian Koloko, he's already ruled out for training camp. So he will not be hitting the courts this week with the team to start getting ready. So I am worried about Christian. My God, I am. Yesterday, we officially signed Makur to our training camp roster. So maybe in some ways, this is signaling we're a little worried about Christian not getting past this respiratory problem for this season, then maybe we need some insurance with the young man named Makur. I've seen a lot of out-of-pocket comments on the Makur post yesterday announcing that he's been signed. people saying stuff like Masai just wants to sign all African players and all this stuff. And I'm like, listen, the good players from wherever, we just want them. Don't be making this into that. Sometimes when people start bringing that up, I start thinking you're racist. You got a problem with him giving jobs to African people? What the fuck is wrong with you? Seriously, is what I would say to those people. Yeah, Ahmet Gaming's here. Good to see Ahmet the GOAT. Yo, Lex, what's up, Ahmet? What's up, my guy? Bam. I hope you had fun yesterday with the draft. It was a lot of fun. And I'm definitely going to do some content today talking about it while we're doing this media day. There will be a point where I go and I kind of look over you guys' teams. I might do different divisions at different times during the breaks in between here. Now, I'm ready for the long haul. I've got my juice jug, just like Monique's always saying. You get your juice jug, Lex? I got my juice jug, Monique, because I'm ready, because I know this is going to be a long haul. I'm going to be on this stream maybe from 8:45 this morning until about 1 p.m. today, because this media day is not short. It's not short. So I've got food and supplies next to me to be ready for this one. That's right. Mo is saying happy media day, Toronto. Let's go, Raptor Freak family. We're here. That's right, Mo. In some ways, we didn't really do your countdown this year, because in some ways we've been very satiated with good basketball stuff happening. FIBA World Cup, Rico Hines run, Summer League. We've kind of been tided over this whole summer. And in some ways, I'm really happy. It's been a long summer, but I'm really happy to be back to Media Day. And I know Monique feels the same way, being a true Raptor fan through and through. She is a super fan, the greatest, Monique Lawrence. Thank you for being here with me this morning. And I'm excited to hear what people have to say today. Aren't you, Monique? I'm all about it. Dana's saying, good morning, Cowboy. And Ahmet saying, is the Media Day stuff on TSN or Sportsnet? No, those losers, they won't have it on. Maybe they will. Maybe they'll have it on live. I doubt it. They'll probably just aggregate it and do little clips of it later on during the day. But if you want to watch it live, Ahmet, it's on the Raptors official YouTube channel. And it should spring up at some point. Hopefully in the next 5 minutes, there'll be a window that opens and they'll have a little bit of milling around by the press, kind of saying, oh, hey, Will Lou. Oh, hey, Oren, how are you doing? Oh, there's Blake. You know, that kind of crap going on where they're kind of all getting settled. And then Masai will come into the room. He will sit down with a presence and he will say what he has to say. So I'm expecting we're going to see a little live stream pop up on the official Toronto Raptors YouTube account very, very shortly. In fact, in minutes from now. So hopefully we'll see that, because they're going to start this press conference in under 10 minutes from now. So that's kind of how it goes usually, Ahmet, just so you know. There you go. I'm glad you can hear me. Thank you for telling me that, Ahmet. Thank you so much. Let's see what else y'all are saying. Dana's saying good morning to Mo. Good morning to Ahmet Gaming. Yes, good morning to everybody. What's up? Yes, Monique is saying it will likely be on YouTube. That's right. Good fountain of information, Monique Lawrence. If you're a Raptors fan and you want to be informed, well, you can watch me, but also follow Superfan Mo. She's not going to lead you astray. She's going to keep the best interest of the Raptors at her heart when she's posting stuff, and you won't hear any rumors or bullshit from her. That's for sure. That's right. Trevor J saying good morning, Raptors family. Good morning to you, Commissioner Trevor J. Once again, y'all, I got to remind y'all, we're playing for this in our Yahoo Fantasy Basketball. This is our Trevor J championship trophy with the championship ring. And it comes in this nice, beautiful case. Look at that. That's a beautiful thing right there that you want to win if you're going to win our fantasy league this year. That's right. There's a championship trophy for this. That's right. Thank you, Commissioner J. We appreciate you. Most saying we can hear you too. Awesome. So it shouldn't be a problem with me listening this way. And of course, I don't have to hear y'all because you're typing to me. So I can hear everything through this and we'll be fine. It's going to be a little bit weird. Let's see. Is this thing on? Hello, Tom Duke. How's it going out there in the West Coast? Mr. Tom Duke up at 5:55 in the morning right now in Victoria, British Columbia. This is how much the Raptors matter to this man, that he is up from Media Day with us right now. That's right. Trevor J saying, how can we see it on what channel? Like I said, Trevor, it should be on the official Raptors YouTube channel. Coming up in a live stream at some point. We'll see a window stream open up at some point, hopefully, and boom, we'll be able to watch it there. That's how they've done it the last couple years. Come on, y'all. You're not going to keep the public out and just let the media watch it. If they do that, well, then I'll have a short stream where I'll just kind of talk for a little bit, and then I'll have to review them tomorrow with you guys. Cool Cat's here. Good morning to Cool Cat. Good morning, Raptor Free Crew. It's Monday morning. What are you doing with your live waiting on Raptors Media Day? That's right. That's what Cool Cat's doing with their life. And you know what? I'm going to tell you right now, you couldn't do better things in your life. You couldn't do anything better than be watching Masai speak Whenever Masai gets behind the mic, this is a powerful, good time to be there. This is kind of the re-energizing time where you start to remember, this is why I'm a Raptors fan. Because Masai is that kind of inspirational speaker. It's just like Obama. Like he's a very good orator, and he has a lot of charm. And I'm ready to hear what he has to say today. These people think they're going to come at him with hard questions today, and I want to see how he deals with them. And it's going to be a lot of fun. I might be going like, ooh, ooh. I might be like, whoa. There might be a bit of that going on today. Maybe silent facial reactions to some of the things he says. I may not talk over him, but I might be going like, whoa, oh, I might be doing a little bit of that stuff today. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. I'm going to very much make this a reaction stream. I will be reacting my true emotions and reactions as he speaks. I may need to get some tissues, honestly, because sometimes I get really emotional about Media Day because some of the things that are said just really strike me in the heart, like a Raptors fan would, the inspirational things that could be possibly said by our players, our coach, and our team president, Masai Ujiri today. That's right. There you go. Let's see. Mo's also saying that it is on TV. It will be on NBA TV Canada if you want to watch it on a television instead. There you go. Cool Cat saying also, why is Koloko so sick? He's been dealing with issues since summer. Yeah, I don't understand this respiratory issue. Like, what is this? Sometimes I feel like when you have a respiratory issue, the best way to deal with it is to get out there and work out harder and work it out of your system. I don't know. This scares me a little bit about Koloko's ailment because this has been ongoing for months. This was an issue way back in like what, June or May when we had the summer league. He was not at summer league because of this very same issue. So this issue has not gotten better in 3 months. That's scary to me. And we need to figure out what's going on with Christian and get him healthy, is what I'm saying. Isaac Campbell is here. Good morning to you, benevolent Isaac Campbell, holding it down in the nation's capital of Ottawa. We love you, Isaac. Cowboys saying, that sucks. Get better, Koloko. Bam. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like this. This man just had his rookie year and he didn't really get played right, Nick Nurse. And now he has a respiratory problem going into his second year. Man, I don't like this for our big center from Arizona. I want to see this guy get a clean bell of health so he can go and practice with the Raptors this week. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, Trevor J's words of wisdom are, it's always good to listen and do not speak on things that you do not know about because bad information can ruin everything. Oh my gosh, Trevor, now more than ever. And I really, really try and make sure that I do things in a way that are like very good and like not causing problems or anything like that. And I do care about being factually right. Some people do not care at this point, and that's part of the problem. I will redact and retract anything that I say that's out of pocket and is deemed to be, if not factual, later. So some people won't go back and do that. And this is the thing we're going to talk about. Be very full of critical thinking on anything you hear, whether it's on the nightly news, read it in the paper, see it on the internet, even your friend telling you about something that they heard about. Be a critical thinker. Now more than ever in this world, you need to be. You very much do. Cool Cat saying prayers up for Koloko. Hope it's not long COVID. Maker is the backup. That's what I was thinking. That's why that switch happened. Because I think Koloko's not doing as well with that whole thing. And Maker is insurance. Yeah. HC here. Good to see you, HC. Good draft yesterday, my man. Very fun draft. And I will be giving you my analyzation of your team in a little while in some of the breaks. He's ready to hear for the plan for 23-24. I know. I want to hear what Masai is going to say. We're very close to 9, and I don't see any window. If anybody gets a link to watch it, please share it in the chat for everybody, so that we can all get in there when it is time for it to come on. That's right. Let's see. Cool Cat saying my tab is set to Raptors YouTube Live. Let's go. Yeah, I'm wondering about where it is, and if it's going to pop up all of a sudden suddenly. Maybe they said 9 o'clock as far as that's when we're going to turn the stream on. I don't know. But as soon as somebody's got a link, and if I see it, I'm obviously going to say something and tell y'all it's there. Yeah, Cowboys celebrating super fan Monique Lawrence, and Tom Duke is saying, who is that, Tom? Who is that? Is that Chris Boucher? You put Chris Boucher in the emotes today? I love that. Seeing Slim Duck in the emotes always is enjoyable to listen to Chris Boucher. That's awesome. I love that. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Yeah, Chris Boucher is in the emotes this morning. I love it. Mo's saying this is for all the shout outs today. Wow. No problem, Mo. We love you. You're an awesome part of the Raptors fan community, and you should be celebrated. That's right. Tom Duke is ready to be a mug brother, it looks like. Kareem Thomas is here, over under. 15 times we hear Masai say winning. You know what? Masai's going to say the word winning. We know that, and Kareem knows this. And Kareem's getting a dunk for bringing up one of the things that we should maybe do. Does anybody want to be the counter of how many times people say winning today? And I'll bet you Masai will win that winning contest. I'm sure it will. Fiercey's here. Good morning, fam. Happy Media Day. Happy Media Day to you, Fiercey, holding it down in the nation's capital also. We got our Ottawa contingency in the house to see the president, Masai Ujiri, the coach, Darko Rajakovic, Jakob Poeltl, Dennis Schroeder on a plane, literally getting off the plane to go directly to Media Day today. On his Instagram, he's on a plane, a private plane. He says, I got 30 more minutes to get here. And he just like put that up like a little while ago. So he's literally going to get off the plane and come to the Raptors Media Day from Germany. So, yeah, Dennis is going to make it, I'm pretty sure. But it looks like he's coming right at the last minute. So awesome. In some ways, he posted something yesterday on his Instagram where he says he's not ready to end his rest and relaxation. I get it, man. This has been a long summer for you with FIBA World Cup. But, man, you got to get back to work. And I know you may not be totally like, I want to go back and get back into things. But we need you to get back in that mode, Dennis, please. I know it's been nice to be around family and get all the accolades and soak in the glory of your big win as world champions of FIBA. But in some ways, it's time to go back to the other job. And this job pays you a lot more. Let's remember that. Let's remember that. This is the job that pays you a lot. So, this is the one. All right. Cowboys saying over Kareem, first minutes. All right, let's see. Masai Ujiri, get fired up, Raptors Nation. That's right, Tom Duke. I love that. Fiercely saying respiratory issues and definitely out respiratory issues. Yikes. 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 I know. I don't like this either at all, but better be safe and prevent further complications. Yeah, this may be Maker's opportunity. Yeah, we'll have to see. Yeah, Cool Cat saying, I'm very, very happy that Pascal is still with us. I am too. We had a lot of speculation near the end of the season. Who's going to be with us still? And well, we lost Nick and we lost Fred. And that's just, in some ways, those are losses that I'm okay with to a degree. Amit saying, Chris took Bobby Webster's emote. Okay. That's cool with me. Young man's here saying, look, things look like we're pushed back 30 minutes. Oh, it looks like things were pushed back 30 minutes, young man. Thanks for the intel, my guy. I really appreciate you letting us know that. Maybe I'll just BS for a half an hour. We can talk about whatever y'all want to about the Raptors until things get set up. This happens all the time. They push everything back a bit. So I guess I could have done my stream at the regular time. So funny. Fiercey's at work too. And she's like, I'm all about Raptors Media Day. I'm sorry, y'all. This is just important. Political Poppy, good to see another new name in here. Every morning, 9:30 a.m., we're talking daily Raptors issues and events and news and happenings and successes. And I hope you'll subscribe and join regularly. I guess you have subscribed because nobody can talk in the stream unless you're a subscriber. So I appreciate your subscription. Country Kong saying, good morning, Raptors freaks. Lex, prayers for Koloko to get healthy. I took a look at Maker. Holy Toledo. He dropped 28 against the 905, automatic from 3. He dribbles up court like Boucher. Yeah, I remember that game because I watched that 905 game last season. He is a stud. And in some ways, all the hype around his cousin Thon, it was more should have been for Maker because in some ways I think Maker's better than Thon Maker, and he has more of a chance to do something with his career than Thon did. In some ways, I don't think Thon took things seriously, but Maker's a serious player. When he was on Capital City Go-Go last year, he was a dominant kind of player for them. So I'm excited about it. Political Poppy's saying, where can I find the Media Day Live? I don't know. They haven't posted it yet. It's not up anywhere yet, but you will find out as soon as we know. We will tell you, Political Poppy. Between Monique, myself, and everybody else who's watching this, we're all waiting, and we're going to see where it is. But I appreciate the intel from young man there telling us it seems like everything's pushed back a little bit. Let's see. Monique is saying, don't forget to look at Twitter today too, everybody. What's going on Twitter? What's going on Twitter? I know that Mike Ganter's being a disser. He's saying, is this the way it's going to be this year? Media Day is yet to start, and already team is down a center. Christian Koloko is out indefinitely with respiratory issues. Okay, Mike Ganter, You go ahead and be Rachel Dratch, Debbie Downer. Listen, we can't take care of this. Everybody's going to have different problems. So you want to mold it that way and look at it the wrong way or something like that. You go ahead and do that, you jerk. Michael Grange is commenting on it. Just seeing Raptors release Koloko being held out of Raptors camp for respiratory problems, which also kept him out of Summer League. That has to be concerning. I saw Koloko doing some pretty vigorous workouts in Vegas or in early July. Surprised he hasn't progressed. There you go. Some interesting intel from Michael Grange saying that he's seen him working out hard, but it's just not clearing up. I hate this, man. If this guy got Koloko and it messed up if this guy got COVID and it messed up his career, that's no good. Savannah Hamilton has eyes on the ground with a picture of MediaDay. Looks like a nice setup they've got for MediaDay today. It looks like they're at the OVO Center in the on the practice court where they got the press conference set up. Nice picture taken by Savannah Hamilton. Thank you. And that was 16 minutes ago. So we got to wonder if this is going to be starting soon. Josh Lewenberg also commenting on him being out. And so is Samson Folk. Yeah, I hate this. I really, really hate this. Hopefully he's okay for the season. Koloko. We'll have to see. Man, oh man. I love the Raptor on Twitter with his pictures. The Raptor saying it's his 29th year for the Dinos. That's all the years of the Dinos. He hasn't missed a year. So he says his number 29 for this Dino. Well, you were here the first year. So that means we've had 29 years of Raptors basketball, y'all. And I love seeing the Raptor and his antics, his mischief, and his just playing around stuff. At the MediaDay, there's pictures on Twitter of him pointing at the MediaDay sign and dancing around in front of the We the North sign. I love seeing the fun. And Monique, thank you for telling me to go watch. Look at the Raptor real quick. Look at all the fun he's having on Twitter right now. So yeah, there's a little check on that. Holy crap. All right. Yeah, man, I hope they start the stream soon, but I can BS for a while. I know y'all are anxious to get in there too. Isaac Kimball saying, I heard your Draymond Green pick is out 3 to 4 weeks to start the season too. Oh, thanks, Isaac. Thanks for that great bit of information. Boo. I will trade Draymond Green right now. I did not mean to draft him yesterday. I was like trying to beat the clock, and the clock got me before I got it. So unfortunately, Draymond Green's on my team. So if anybody wants to trade for Draymond Green from my team, we can do that. This is just so like last year. Last year, I tried to help Monique out because she didn't want Draymond on her team. And now I got Draymond on my team again. And I didn't even want him on my team. So if y'all want Draymond, send me some trade offers. I'll trade him to you. Seriously, I don't want him on my team. Seriously, I do not. It's hilarious. Ahmed saying, let's look over the fantasy draft. We're going to be waiting. I want to wait on this. Right now, I've got quite a bit of number of people here. I appreciate y'all being in here watching me this morning. This will not be a stream where you'll be able to see the MediaDay. This will be a stream where you'll be able to hear me and react to it as it's going on. And when that stream comes up, we will alert y'all and we will give you the link in the chat. So if you're waiting for being able to watch MediaDay, well, when it goes up, definitely we'll have it up here and you can go to the link through here. But this is a supplemental audio stream. I'm going to be a peanut gallery and kind of like making expressions while they're talking, maybe not talking over them so we can all watch them. And then as soon as they're done, or maybe if there's little breaks in between questions, I might make little comments during it. This could be very fun because usually on MediaDay, I get pretty emotional or I also get like really hyped up. Like, I'm like, yeah, yeah. I might do a little bit of that today. Stuff like that. Yeah, I love seeing all the people in here. I appreciate everybody being in here. And listen, this isn't the normal kind of content that we do here on this channel. This is just a rare watch along for something like the MediaDay that's hopefully going to start soon. Although we're hearing there's a half-hour delay on things. They were supposed to start at 9. And somebody is saying in the chat that there's a half-hour delay. So there may be a little bit behind right now. So if y'all want to talk Raptors, put something in the comments and I'll answer your questions and we can talk about anything Raptors related or even NBA related. Now, I could talk about this Celtics trade yesterday, Jrue Holiday going to the Celtics. And at first I was really like, oh, crap, this sucks. I do not want Jrue Holiday on the Celtics. This is not good. But when I saw who was going away from them to make that trade happen, I was like, holy crap, the Celtics are going to be a completely different team this year. They have lost, in some ways, some of their most annoying players this summer. They already lost Marcus Smart and Grant Williams this summer. But now they've lost the Time Lord. Time Lord is officially a trailblazer now. And in some ways, I'm not upset about that. In some ways, I still think the Celtics are net worse defensively at this point, even though they just got probably the best defensive point guard in the league. That I don't care. Drew's great. Drew, Jason, and Jalen, great. That's a triple J lineup. But what did you do this summer, Celtics? Really, Brad Stevens? You sold your heart and soul and your Time Lord this summer. And I don't know if you net got better. I don't consider Porzingis in that trade a success for y'all. Y'all failed when you got Porzingis. Porzingis is just that kind of player. So we'll have to see. In some ways, I'm not afraid of them. And then if you couple in the coaching dumpster fire that's going to happen with Coach Joe this year, the Celtics are going to do way worse this year than they did last year. Trust me. They really, really are, even though they got Drew Holiday yesterday. They even got another player, too. I forget who was the other player they picked up yesterday, too. They were moving. Wenyen Gabriel of South Sudan, who was on the Lakers last year. They picked him up yesterday also. So there's a little bit of shuffling around and change around the Celtics this year. And I don't know if it's net better for them. Honestly, they may think it is, but I don't think it is. Porzingis is a loser. Drew Holiday's great. And in fact, it's crazy because the likability of the Celtics just went up. A lot of their really annoying players are gone now with Smart and Grant Williams. And in some ways, I love Drew Holiday. He's a very good citizen in the NBA, one of the coolest guys in the NBA. And I can't hate him. So in some ways, the likability of the Celtics went up yesterday just because they picked up Drew. I don't know. It's like my favorite Celtic has been Jaylen Brown the last few years, but now it's Drew Holiday. Definitely now it's Drew Holiday. That's right. Yeah. Monique saying J. Lou updates via MediaDay on Twitter. Yeah, we'll have to see. Are they saying anything on there about why there's a delay or what's going on with the MediaDay right now? Is it just that maybe they got to get some equipment ready or something like that? I don't know what's going on here. Either way, we're gonna get it going when we get it going. That's right. Cowboys saying did fiercely. Let's grow. Yeah, hit that like button, please. Appreciate that. Ahmed saying he would you like Nick Richard for Draymond? No, I don't even know who that is. And isn't that like a bench player for the Hornets or something like that? No, Ahmed, I will not take that trade. Draymond's better than that. Come on, at least. Fiercely saying, I don't know how old Raptor is, but they should have a backup so that he doesn't retire like Benny the Bull. They do have a backup. It's called Stripes. Stripes is the 905 Raptor mascot. And when the Raptor tore his ACL a few years ago, Stripes was our mascot for a season because the Raptor wasn't available. So we do have a guy. The Raptor is around my age. He is pushing 50. And it is amazing how much he does physically in his middle age. Because the Raptor is older. He's not a young guy. He's in his middle age. And you're right. Benny the Bull just recently retired this summer. And, we should maybe think about succession of our mascots coming up. I don't know if Stripes is actually the person that gets it afterwards. Maybe they do a whole different hire. And maybe they try and get somebody very young so that they can be the Raptor for a very, very long time. But we've been very, very fortunate to have the Raptor be the Raptor during the time that he has been the Raptor, the one guy that has been the Raptor. That's right. There's one guy that's been the Raptor. G saying, welcome to Political Poppy. That's right. Political Poppy Drake. That's right. Drake is very interesting. Apparently, he went to Atlanta recently and he brought $250,000 in a big plastic Tupperware. And he just set it in the strip club and just went and took big phone books of money every once in a while and just threw it around in the club. So that was what there's a little Drake news from our global ambassador. He's being a global ambassador in James Harden's favorite strip clubs around Atlanta and just throwing money everywhere. Well, must be a great life to be such a streaming star with so many downloads and so much money. Oh, my God. And Trevor J was after I said that yesterday in the chat, he's saying, I'm going to have to call my friend that works at that Atlantic strip club and find out how much money they made. If Drake got them rich or something like that. Holy crap, this is crazy. Yeah, Fiercely saying, no thanks for Draymond, Lex. We're good for now. No, I'm talking about my fantasy team. I'm not talking about the regular Raptors. There's a little bit of fantasy talk today. I got Draymond on my team, on my fantasy team, and I don't want him on my team. And I'm trying to trade him, and we're a little bit of trade talk there. Yeah, ZZ's here. Good to see ZZ. Where do I watch it? I can't find it. I can't either yet. But you guys know once they go live with it, we will have it and we'll be able to tell you where it is. I'm refreshing the Raptors page once again. Media Day is not the most reliable thing. They say they want to start it at 9, but it usually is kind of late and stuff like that. Cowboys saying, let's go, political poppy. Spread the word. The best Raptors content on the planet. I appreciate that, Cowboy. I am touched and humbled when you say stuff like that. And Monique is saying, hell no to Draymond. Hell no. And it's not even because he has that podcast. It's just, I don't know. He bugs me right now. Cowboy saying, you're young. You're too young, man. Bam. And Koloko saying, Celtics lost their defensive edge. I wonder if they will sign Dwight Howard. Celtics is so offensive minded. That's interesting. I don't know if Howard's going to come back into the league. That'd be really weird if he re-entered the league at this point. In some ways, he was already a step too slow in the last couple of years that he was playing in the NBA. And honestly, it's so hard to re-enter the league. Once you've been gone for 2 or 3 years, it's really, you're done. You're not going to come back. And Isaiah Thomas is one of those people who's finding that out right now too. I mean, has anybody called him, even though he's been at Rico Hines runs, he's looked really, really good? No. I'm telling y'all, it's so hard. Once you're out, it's really, really hard to come back in. Really, really hard. Rondé Hollis Jefferson, another guy who's trying to get back in the league. Country Kong saying, Lex, the Celtics cannot be serious. They traded so many of their championship pieces. Grant Williams, Marcus Smart, and now Robert Williams. And Brogdon. I know, and Brogdon. That's the other part of it. I didn't even mention Brogdon just now. I've never seen a finals team trade their guys. Yeah, they weren't in the finals this past year. It was Miami. But their team that was in the finals a couple years ago is dismantled as far as I'm concerned. This is not the same team. In some ways, the superstars of Tatum and Brown aren't really the team. They're the superstars, and they do a lot of the heavy lifting. But those guys were the guys doing the dirty work around them. And that's what we're going to see. That Jalen and Jason aren't as good without Marcus Smart and Grant Williams around them. I'm already predicting this, that those guys' toughness and edge and defensive abilities cover up a lot of bullshit that these guys aren't doing on the court. And that's what we're going to see. Then you couple in that you got a center that's actually not a good defensive center, even though he's so tall and he's a shot blocking threat, sure, but he's not a good defensive center. And the defense of the Celtics, even with Jrue Holiday coming to them yesterday, is not going to be as good as it's been in the last couple of years. It really just isn't. I agree with you, Country Kong. They got rid of a really big, huge part of their main core. Guys that I never thought they'd get rid of. I'm like, oh, great. Grant Williams isn't on the Celtics anymore. Yes. I celebrated that. Marcus Smart is not on the Celtics anymore. Yes. That's awesome. And then yesterday, Robert Williams III is not on the Celtics anymore. Yes. So that's really been my reaction to these deals the Celtics have done this summer. So why is Raptors fans so happy that y'all made these deals, Celtics? Because I think y'all got worse. That's why. Stargate saying, good morning, Raptor Freak family. Good to see you, Stargate. Always good to see you. Hey, Lex, did I not tell you the Blazers were looking real good? They have a nice squad and future assets. They do have an interesting team now. That Twin Tower lineup with Robert Williams III and DeAndre Ayton, very, very interesting stuff. The Blazers makeup now around Scoot Henderson and Shaden Sharp. Yeah, they're going to be very interesting. The youth movement has started there. In some ways, they're kind of having their summer this summer like Utah did last year. Utah had a certain summer where they kind of reshuffled and went real young and got rid of Gobert and Mitchell. Well, this summer, it was the Blazers getting rid of Lillard and then turning him around into Jrue Holiday, and then Jrue Holiday turned him around, and they're getting all these assets and draft picks. So, yes, the Blazers are doing a little bit better at this than I thought. I thought that this Jrue Holiday deal yesterday was very smart for the Trailblazers, much better than the one they did with Lillard. That I don't think that trade was that good for them, but this one that they did yesterday, very good for the Trailblazers because they got picks too, I believe, yesterday too. Isaac saying, 55 people in the chat excited to hear from the Raptors. That's right. Like, subscribe, and be the OG. You can get the access to the Raptors emotes in the chat channel messaging if you become a member of the channel. That's how you get the access to OG there. Fiercely saying, many outlets saying the Celtics are now championship contenders, and I'm predicting the East Finals will be Celtics and Bucks, as if the other teams don't matter. Oh, well, they're in for a surprise. Yeah, I agree with this. I think that in some ways, both of those teams got worse this offseason. I know people will say, what? They just got Dame Lillard. Well, you don't understand the ecosystem in Milwaukee was very balanced with Chris Middleton, Drew Holiday, and Giannis. And now this is a whole different kind of thing. Dame Lillard is not totally. I don't know if it's going to completely be smooth in Milwaukee with him there. I don't know. I have no idea. In some ways, I don't want to wish them failure because I do like the Bucks. They're a small market team that I love when they win championships, because I want them to be better. And I love that they won their championship a couple years ago. I wasn't a hater on that. I was very happy about that. So if the Bucks are good this year, I'm not going to be upset about it. Of course, when we play them, I want to beat their ass. But if they end up being the top dog in the East, I can take that. It's much better than somebody in our division or other teams that I don't particularly like. So yeah, that's all right. So it's the Toronto Star is saying we're going to start at 9:30. Okay, so we got about 9 minutes. I can bullshit for 9 minutes. I mean, geez, I did 5-hour streams last year after the playoffs at times. So yeah, I can bullshit for 5 minutes. Thank you, ZZ, for that information. Let's see. Stargate saying Christian Koloko's situation is concerning, more so for his personal health than his career. I know. I don't like this at all. This young man is so young. He should be virile and bouncing back from things and not really like suffering too much or what. Like, I don't understand why it didn't get better in rest and relaxation for this whole summer. Like, if this was an issue near the end of the season and he had this problem around June, why isn't it better now in October? That's the thing that's messing with me. Alex McKechnie, man, give him something. Get him right. Get him some vitamin C shots or something, or get something in there. I don't know if this is somehow related to COVID or some sort of shit like that. Why Christians like this right now? This is crazy. I mean, we don't even know how this pandemic and different things could be causing ripples as it goes on over time with everybody, with their health that got COVID in different ways. Well, I'm wondering if this is what's going on with Christian right now. That's what I'm wondering. Yeah. Fiercely saying, is Masai involved in the hiring of the mascot? He should be. He wasn't, though. That dude has been in the team the longest. Seriously. Raptor has been on the team, I think, longer than anybody. You can talk about the announcers like Leo and Paul Jones. Those guys have been with the team since the very beginning, but they weren't really on the team. They were working for companies covering the team. The Raptor has been here with us since the beginning. I think I could say Herbie Kuhn, maybe the only other person. The Raptor and the announcer are the two people that have been with the team since the very beginning and all the way until now. I don't think you can say that about any player, obviously. You can't say that about any coach. You can't say that about any front office people. So, yeah, the Raptor and Herbie are original Raptor people for sure. I'm pretty sure Herbie and the Raptor are the only two. There may be unsung heroes around this behind the scenes that have been with the organization the whole time, but they're just not public figures. So, yeah, that's pretty awesome. Cowboys saying can't wait for the mascot matchup this season. This year is going to be all about a fight in a ring. It's not going to be a fantastical experience that travels around the world. It's going to be straight up matches, and I'm going to give you the lowdown on the fight stats. Who's coming in the ring, height, weight, place of origin, all that kind of stuff. That's what we're going to do. Yeah, it's going to be silly. It'll be silly, Bradley. No matter what it is, it'll be silly. Okay, it looks like Tom's got our link up, guys. So let's see what he's got. He's got a link for us to click. So y'all check that link there. Which link did he give us? Oh, you just gave us the link to the Raptors website. Okay. All right. Well, I'm sure when it pops up, we'll see it. Hang on. All right. I want to see. Stargate saying Stripes is awesome as well. Yeah, I met Stripes once. I got a cool picture of me with Stripes at the Yorkdale Mall. Monique saying CP24 will have little clips to the media day. Okay. David Saborin is here. Good to see David, our good friend, the current trivia champion of our channel. Whoa, we're live. Good morning. Good morning to you, David. What channel is it on, David? G? Yeah, where is it, guys? I don't see it. I don't see the live yet. Let me see. Where are you guys seeing it? If you see it already, let me know. David, you're making me think I'm missing it. All right, let's see. Thanks, Tom. Let's go already. I'm excited to hear everyone speak, but there's something about Dennis. Mo's really excited to hear from Dennis. I'm excited to hear from him too. Tom Duke saying better be no out-of-pocket questions from Aaron Rose. Yeah, I'll be critiquing these guys that ask the questions. I may be critiquing them more than I critique the Raptor people. Seriously, y'all better come correct Michael Grange and Eric Kareen, because I will be slam dunking on you on this channel in reaction. Yeah. You say something stupid, I'll be like, what the fuck did you just say, Michael Grange? Yeah, there'll be a little bit of that. Trust me. David saying, sorry, G was getting breakfast. Okay, just as long as y'all aren't watching it, I'm not. I want to watch it too. Cool Cat saying, I fear Koloko may have long COVID effects. So many folks have all kinds of issues. It's a Pandora's box. I really hope this isn't what the case is, but it does seem like that's what it is. Cowboy saying OG is going to be the funny one. He's jokes. I don't even know if we're getting OG today. He's not on the lineup to be interviewed today, Cowboy. I do not know if we'll get an interview with OG Anunoby. Let me go and get the lineup for today. Y'all, when you fill up the chat so much with so much stuff, it makes it really hard for me to find things in the chat on our Facebook chat. Because I know that you guys are posting all kinds of stuff all the time, but it really, really does kind of clog it up and makes it hard for me to like look around and find things quickly. So let me see, where is that schedule that somebody posted in here? I think it was Monique that posted it. Oh, where is it? What was this long thing you posted, Trevor, with all the salaries on it? What is that, Trevor? Oh my gosh. All right, hang on. I want to get the schedule. There's just so much posted in here. Just does not need to be in this chat, y'all. Seriously. All right, here it is. Yeah, okay, OJ is on. I correct myself. He's on at 11:45, but everything's going to be pushed back a half an hour. So it looks like he won't be on until probably 12:15. I guess. I don't know. Where are you, live stream of the Raptors Media Day? Please show up very soon. But yeah, the schedule is supposed to be Masai right now from 9 to 9:30, Darko from 9:30 to 10, Pascal 10 to 10:30, Scottie 10:30 to 10:45, Dennis 10:45 to 11:30. They're giving Dennis 45 minutes. I'm thinking they may do a break there. 11:45 OG, and then 12:25 Poeltl. So yeah, we got the main starters plus Dennis and Gary. We'll see who's going to start between the two of them. All right, let's see. Top of Top's here. Good morning, Top of Top. Does Koloko have COVID? Otherwise, this is a major concern. I think that he does have some sort of something from that. That's what it smacks of. I mean, honestly, respiratory, long term, yeah, and it's kind of mysterious. That sounds like COVID to me. G saying all good, David. Stargate saying, hasn't Ray Chow been with the team a long time as well? Yeah, that may be another person that's been around. I don't know if he's been around since the very, very beginning. Yeah, Mo, I didn't forget Paul Jones. I did bring him up, although he was a broadcaster and he doesn't. I don't know if he actually works for them directly. Saborn, I meant like, are we live as in you are live? Okay, good. I was confused. I was like confused. Holy crap. David's saying earlier than usual. Yeah, I started at 8:45 because I thought they were going to start at 9, but I didn't realize they're going to have a delay. That's what's happening right now. Just everybody who's coming in the chat right now, there's a delay on Raptors Media Day that we're hearing, and they were supposed to start maybe around right now. So hopefully they'll post the link and we'll be able to see it soon. Fiercely saying little Jake should have been invited as his guests are legit and intelligent. Yeah, seriously. Raptors, you want to do something fun next year, and maybe you should have done it sooner because this kid's getting older and he's not going to be as cute. You could have had Jake's Takes doing interview questions at the Raptors Media Day because this kid writes good questions and he gets good answers. That interview with Darko Rajakovic last week shows that he was willing to ask him about the Lillard trade before it happened and what he thought about it. He was asking him all the tough questions. So Jake from Jake's Takes needs a media pass to the OVO Center to come down there and be at Media Day, y'all. I'm just going to advocate that for that from now on. Get Jake in there, Masai and Bobby, because this man is a good person to ask you questions. And it'll look cool, too, having a kid in the media scrum asking better questions than Doug Smith. That'll be hilarious when little young Jake comes in there and he asks all the right questions and Doug Smith's just being like, whoa, 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 you know. Tom Duke saying all reports are that the place to see it is indeed on their YouTube channel live section. Okay, not online, not on yet. All right, well, I'll keep stalling and getting through here. Isaac Campbell's got the order in emote form. He's got Masai, Darko written in because Darko's emote's not available at the moment. Pascal, Scottie, Dennis, OG, and Jakob. There's the order. Thank you, Isaac, for putting it visually on there. Wayne Strainer's here. Good morning to Raptor Freak Wayne Strainer. Our start might be rocky for a new coaching crew and team cohesion, but it's how you finish is the germane factor. Will be challenged, and the fun is in unpredictable nature of each game. This is what I want to tell all Raptors fans this year. It's not like this instantly happens. We got a new coach. He's going to try and teach his philosophies and his system to our players. And it hopefully will go smooth and we'll find success right away. That could happen. But y'all need to be patient and allow for trial and error, allowing for some mistakes and some not successful times to get to those successful times. I will tell everyone, sure, you're coming after Masai, saying all this shit, but you got to give Darko some time to try and get his feet under him and get this team right. And it won't happen right away, probably. So we need to take the development of this team with wins and losses. And in some ways, y'all overreacting and us not being perfect does not help anything, is what I'll say right now. So in some ways, we got to just be fans of the team and have unconditional love for them, whether they're winning or losing. So I'm just sick of this. Y'all base your love on whether they're successful, then you're not really a fan. You don't ride with them through thick and thin. I rode with them through the 90s. I rode with them through that weird period between Vince Carter getting traded for such shit and Kyle Lowry's arrival. You know, I went through these bad times, and a lot of the more recent fans did not, and they don't understand how bad it could be. It's not bad right now around our franchise. We're very healthy, and we're doing a good job. It's just that they want you to perceive that we're not. And know that they're wrong and that we are in very good shape. Our team is very well run, and we have a lot of good things coming up for us. Trust me, Scottie Barnes is going to be a home run this year. People are going to see Scottie and then be like, holy crap, he has changed. He's way, way better this year. That's what's going to happen, seriously. He worked very hard this summer. He worked very, very hard on his jumper, and it's fundamentally much better. He's squaring up way better. He's keeping his form right, and the shot looks real good. He's proud of it. I was on Twitch with him twice this week, and both times he was bragging about how much he had been in the gym this summer. That's why we didn't see him on Twitch. That man worked in overtime to get his shot right, get his conditioning up so that he can be better on both ends of the court. He wants to play even more tougher defense and be more annoying to our opponents. So I'm telling you right now, Scott put in work this summer, and he's ready to show it off. In fact, he's excited. He can't wait for this season to start. He said this summer was way too long. He's been sitting around too much, and he's ready to go and play and travel and be an NBA player on TV again. So be ready for Scott to make a leap this year. I'm going to say it right now. We said last summer, well, it didn't happen totally, and I don't know if it was Nick's fault. I don't know whose fault it was. But this year, we're going to see a leap from Scottie. You're going to see it. Trust me, you will see it. That's right. Let's see. Mo's asking Trevor, please limit the amount of posts on there. And she's not trying to be rude. It's just, you guys just, I know you're posting all kinds of crazy stuff, but let's limit it to the Raptors specifically. And if there's related stuff with division opponents and NBA stuff that matters, then yes. But a lot of that is crap. Some of it's just unnecessary content that is not useful, is some of it. Yeah. Fiercey's got the whole team on blast. I love seeing that. Tupac Shakur is here. Holy crap, y'all. I am so proud that they found your killer, Tupac, after all this years. And I knew you weren't dead, man. I'm so glad you're in our chat this morning. Tupac is here, y'all. He's saying, would you like a trade or surrounded by Trent for Brogdon? No, I wouldn't. Because in some ways, I don't see the need for Brogdon. I see the need for Trent more than that. Trent is such a good shooter. And in some ways, I don't like Brogdon. He rejected us last summer when he could have chose us or the Celtics. So fuck him. In some ways, he's not welcome here as far as I'm concerned. I don't think he's like, I think he's good, but in some ways he's mid. And if you want to, okay, you just want to have a mid guy, then we can get a mid guy. But it's funny how he was not that long in the Celtics. He was trade bait. He got mad at the Celtics and he said, I don't want to be here anymore. And that's why he's on the Blazers now. So yeah, I'm not interested in Brogdon, honestly. I'd much rather have Trent. Fiercely saying, ride or die fans. That's right. We want to ride or die. We're riding or dying without the stream right now. And I'm just bullshitting until it starts. I am just bullshitting. Don't worry. You're not missing Media Day. It's not on yet. And as soon as it is, they're going to tell us. We've got people that are on this right now. And as soon as we get a stream, we'll put the link in here and you guys will be taken care of. Don't worry. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Dana's saying, David's saying Trent for Brogdon. No thanks. Yeah. I just got Gary Trent on my fantasy team yesterday. I have to have him on the Raptors. I don't want him being traded. Dana's saying, stop going to the chat. Too much non-Raptor stuff. See, that's no good. We want the chat to be friendly for people like Dana to get their information from. And Trevor, I love the WNBA stuff. That's great. It's all the other kind of like rumor mill stuff and just kind of garbage content you're posting there too. Tupac saying, thanks. You're welcome, man. We are honored to have a great man like you, a cultural icon, in our chat this morning. This is a big deal. I know this isn't really Tupac, y'all, but this is part of the fun we do on the Raptors channel. I'll play like it is just to be fun. Don't be like, oh, he's an idiot. Why is he talking to Tupac on here? Well, Tupac's in my chat and he's talking to me. So I'm talking to Tupac. What's wrong with talking to Tupac? Man, that dude bragged too much about killing you, man, and they got him in the end. He probably thought he had a statute of limitations on like how long ago. And he's probably like, yeah, I killed Tupac like 30 years ago. Like, dude, you killed Tupac? Dude, I'm calling the cops. Hello, cops? I know who killed Tupac. He's here with me right now. You mean you know who killed the great Tupac all of a sudden now? Yeah, 30 years later. Come get him. He just told me. I don't know how that went down. I'm still very intrigued about how they caught the guy now that killed Tupac. It's amazing. Fiercely saying, I posted a link to someone comparing Scottie versus Tatum's sophomore years. I found it interesting. You know, there's a very good comparison between Jason Tatum's first 2 years in the NBA and Scottie Barnes' first 2 years in the NBA. That's something people don't want to talk about. That the all-roundness of Scottie is very good, and that his all-roundness is just as good as Jason Tatum's was in the first 2 years of his career. Yeah, they don't want to believe that because they don't want Scottie to ever become that, especially if he's on a Toronto Raptors jersey. That's the media machine holding the perception back of Scottie and who he is. Just imagine that kid is so good. He won the NBA Rookie of the Year, even though that machine was against him. There you go. That tells you enough. And if his stat numbers line up with about the same numbers as Jason Tatum in his first 2 years, yeah, that's a sign, y'all. And that's a sign that y'all need to realize you want to anoint Jason Tatum a superstar. Well, you better realize that Scottie is coming to be a superstar also. That's right. If you're going to force Jason Tatum down our throats as one of the faces of the NBA, well, you should do that to Scott because he's got the stats to back it up, is what I'm going to say right there. Yeah. Trevor Jason, I did call my friend and asked her how much money she made. She told me $10,000. Holy crap. Trevor J called his friend in Atlanta that was at that strip club recently where Drake showed up with the plastic container full of $250,000, and she got $10,000 from him that day. Wow. One night, $10,000 payoff from Drake in his plastic case of money. Wow, Trevor J. This is the kind of intel and information you get on the Raptors Free channel. We got people all over the country and North America, and we got somebody in Atlanta that's friends with Trevor who got $10,000 from Drake recently. That's awesome, Trevor. Thanks for the information. Carlos saying they have it on TikTok here. Here's the link. It's on TikTok. What they're doing? Don't do it on TikTok. Why are they live streaming on TikTok? Oh my gosh! All right, let me go to TikTok. It's a place for an old man like me that I shouldn't be. Is what I'll say right here. That's not where I should be on TikTok. That's for sure. Toronto Raptors official on TikTok. I don't even. Oh my gosh! I don't even have a TikTok. Oh my gosh! All right, where is this? If it's really on the Raptors official, you lying to me? I don't see it. There's no live stream of TikTok on here, is there? No, there isn't. It's not on TikTok. Giving me the wrong information. Carlo JS. That's funny. All right, let's see who else is talking to me here in the chat. We'll just bullshit until it comes here. It did start. Okay, where is it? All right, where is it, y'all? Where is it? Why am I not seeing it? All right, I'll refresh the page. Let me just see. Media Day. I'll do Raptors Media Day. Media Day. Is it on YouTube? Where are you guys finding it? Help me out. All right, it started. It's on TikTok. Why is it on TikTok? Give me the site, y'all. Give me the site. This is the link. Oh, it won't let y'all do the link. All right, Tom, you got to get the link. Yeah, it won't let you do the link. It's on the TSN website. All right, let me go there. TSN. Ridiculous. I want to see the Great Messiah. Why isn't it on their regular website? What is this BS, y'all? All right, TSN's making me do stupid shit. Oh my gosh. Just give me the regular site. I don't need to see all this crap. All right, Tom. Yeah, Isaac, thank you. You're a mod. You can give me this link. Nobody else can give me the link. That's why, because it blocks people putting links in my chat. And that's why I couldn't get it from Cool Cat. I appreciate you trying, Cool Cat. And I know you're probably frustrated about it. This is so dumb. Like, why? They always do it on their regular site. Why did they do it this way this time? Like, why don't you just do it on YouTube, you jerks? All right, let me see. Where is it? All right, hang on. I'll get it on there and we'll be good. So annoying. Where did it? Trying to get the link up. I'll put the headphones. All right. All right. Oh, he's asking about the extension. Kareem. Man, this is so awkward. Lillard question. Lewinberg. Sensationalized. There's a reason. Developing them. Kawhi. Grady Dick. Why is he quoting stats? We don't give a shit about stats. Gary's our best 3-point shooter, idiot. Who the fuck is this? I don't know this voice. Who is this guy not paying attention? We got Grady, motherfucker. Scottie's shooting better. Set them straight, Masai. Siakam, Scottie, shooting better. We don't want that to transfer over this season, you dumbass. Nobody wants that to transfer over. What the fuck kind of question is that? Who wants to transfer this over? We want to transfer this over from last season? Write a better question. Hello? Parody. No, we didn't. Yeah, you laugh, motherfucker. You laugh. He's calling you on your shit. He's calling you on your shit, press. Parody, bitch. It's not like it used to be. You can be in the middle and get to the top. Trust me. It's not tank or bust or get to the top. It's not the way it used to be. Develop and keep going up. Why would you make yourself worse to get better? Go up. Get a superstar. He's going to do it. Kawhi. The team's more valuable with good players that are developed from within, and he values them. That's what he's telling you, you dumbasses. Oh, is that Samson? That's not Samson. I think that's Amit or some stupid. Every team deals with this, you dumbass. Every team. Why you make it such a big deal for us? Every team deals with this. Every single fucking team. You go ask all of them. Tell him. Tell him right now. Opportunity. Opportunity. You don't draft a miss. Which players he's going to choose when those times happen. Who's going to get that money? Scotty, Pascal, OG, Gary. We'll see. Precious. We'll see. This guy's so. This guy's full of shit, the interviewer. He's just like wants to hear himself talk. Who cares? Just ask the fucking question, you jabroni. How the fuck is Pascal gonna say, I want to take this money now without trying to get all NBA? New coach, new right way. Motherfuckers, you got Garrett Temple, you dumb bitch. You're not paying attention. Grady Dick, Darko Rajakovic. Nick's gone. Hello? I can answer this question for him. It demands them to be together. They told us that you're a fucking jabroni journalist. You need to fucking go jump in the lake. That's right. Scotty even saying it on Twitch that this year they're all about being together. He said it like, listen, I don't even know what's going on with my game. We're going to be together. Yeah, he wasn't on Twitch, bitch. Oh, fucking idiots. Savannah, she has a positive question. Thank you, Savannah. That's true. At FIBA. Awesome question, Savannah. You are a hero. He's going to answer this like a G. Watch. He's laughing. He hears this bullshit that Ted Rogers is manufacturing. Doesn't take it for granted. He's above it, bitch. He doesn't think your media shit storms. He's impervious to that shit, motherfuckers. Knocking on it right now. Knocking. Fuck you, Ted Rogers. Fuck you, Ted Rogers. See, he's just real one. He's gonna be him. That's right. No complaints to see, bitch. Y'all trying to fill in that canvas saying he's not doing shit. He's doing shit, y'all. He's emotional about it. You can tell his eyes started to tear up. He's feeling very like like look, y'all have been hurtful towards me and Bobby, and I'm sick of this shit. Is that Zatzman? Fuck Zatzman. The future was unsettled. Yeah, if he didn't, he would have traded some people. He looked at going younger. That's what he's saying. It takes 2 teams to make the deals. It doesn't just like, "Oh, Raptor fan or Lillard deal. Get it hot and fresh in the drive-through window. Please come around." That's not how it fucking works, Raptors fans. 2 to tango, bitches. Together. Boring. Bored fans. He's gonna get it. When the right opportunity comes, he's gonna take it. Watch. He will. He could have taken that Lillard thing. If it had worked out right, he would have done it, but it didn't work out, y'all. Just understand. Oh, Will Lou. Not going anywhere. Y'all want them out so bad. Pascal and OG. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Those are good players. He's not trying to sell them for nothing. If he's going to trade them, we're going to be getting good things. Trust me. That's why you keep having young ones coming up and developing better and better. That's how you got to do it. I can see something happen with Gary or OG, but not with Pascal. And they need to realize that. It's an all NBA thing. That's Oren. I hope they don't. I really don't. Want to see it. He just does his job. He doesn't get shit what y'all are saying. There you go. He just told y'all. A lot of the OG trade rumors are bullshit. They're not even talking to people when you hear them. He's talking to OGs, tell him, "Yeah, this isn't for real. Don't respect." Nicola, outsiders. Proud of it. Basketball. Right. We don't need Americans on our team. We don't need them. The ones that wanna play for us, like Scottie, that's great. We don't need them to come save us. It's an international world to land it. Yeah. Yeah. Masai coming in. I'm sorry I missed the beginning of the press conference as far as, but thanks for getting me in there, guys. I feel like he's not totally his normal media day self there. You know, you can tell there is a little bit of a strain from all that stuff. He says he's not listening to the noise, but he's aware of it. He's obviously aware of it. He may not be looking directly at it, but they probably do have people in the Raptors organization that are keeping tabs on what the wind is blowing in fan sentiment, and also just kind of what people are saying. I love that he said that I'm going to just do my job. I don't care what y'all are saying. And y'all think that we're not working hard, but we're doing aggressive things. We're taking care of things. And you also do not understand exactly what's happening privately with these deals with other teams. that it takes two to tango. And if the other team is not lining up with us, it doesn't work. And that's what happened with Lillard. And that's what people need to understand. Now, let me review some of y'all's comments during this. I appreciate y'all helping me get in there. It was a big, big deal. And I was very happy to hear what he had to say there. Really, really good stuff. All right, let me see. Where are we with the chat? I want to make sure I catch up on there. We're getting a wide shot there. There's Darko. Okay, we're gonna go right into Darko. Maybe I guess I will wait to do the chat with you guys. Yeah, they have. All right, there we go, Coach. That's our coach, y'all. Coach Darko. What's up? Where's the clapping? You stupid press. You idiot. I'm gonna go down there and slap you. Kareem. Oh, ask him in the lawsuit. The first question, Eric Kareem. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Perfect answer. No, because he hadn't done training camp, Eric Kareem, you idiot. Fuck you, Eric Kareem. I'll smack the shit out of you if I see you on the street. Giving them roles. Hello, Nick Nurse. Let's give them some roles this year. Yeah, they didn't have no roles last year. Do what you expect them to do. That's what they're doing. Mike Gant. Fuck. There you go. He just said he wants to play him like he played at World Cup. He's a point guard, y'all. He wouldn't say Sky's a point guard. Dennis is our point guard. Lewinberg, Gunn with Fred Gunn. Fred Gunn. Oh, oh. Hmm. Jakob's not bringing the ball up. Good half court. Pick and roll a lot for Scotty. Of course he is. He's a hub. There's Samson. See, he did. It's a real question. These are the right kind of questions. You can beat either one of them. De deadly. Mm, I like it. Not passing. Doing less is more. I agree with this. Nick Nurse had them doing way too much for so little. Darko's gonna be a badass, watch. He's gonna be a genius. You're gonna talk about this contract bullshit again. What the fuck? Aaron Rose, fuck you. Less opportunity. That's right. They're gonna feed anyway, Aaron Rose. War fear-mongering bullshit, Aaron Rose, as a team. Yeah, Doug Smith. Oh, man, fucking clear your throat, Doug Smith. Shit. Be nice, Michael. Bullshit. 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 Not that many. What is Gary Trent? What is Grady Dick? What is Otto Porter Jr.? Idiot. Azatam, idiot. I know how to do your job better than you, Grange. His name's Azatam. Azatam, you idiot. It's a setup. Azatam's a patsy. Michael Grange, who cares? That's not basketball question. I hate Michael Grange. Louis Zatzman. Ugh. Awkward. Fucking speak, motherfucker. Different coach, different systems. Louis, you dumbass. Trying to beat two guys a double team. None of that. Back to the basket. Louis Zatzman annoys me. We're not gonna play that way. Didn't get us anywhere. We're not gonna play that way. Won't be. Defense is still gonna be good, but it's gonna be more traditional. I can answer this question already. Okay. He says he's gonna try and do that still. Okay. I don't think he'll do it the same way though. He won't do it from the outside in. He'll do it from the inside out. What a lame question. Wow, this is really exciting question. Get 905 more useful for the main roster Raptors than the last couple of years. This is a very good point that we need to do better with that this year for sure. Hopefully that will happen. I mean, Marquise Noel is something very interesting to me. We could see Marquise play a lot on the main roster. Okay. I like that. That's not a bad question. No. Team play is better. Mhm. Mhm. There you go. It sounds like we can be more like FIBA than the rest of the NBA. I like that. I'm all about that. Team play, play for each other. Dennis knows how to play between the NBA and the FIBA. Come on, man. It's not like this guy hasn't done this before. What is this? It's not like Dennis hasn't been in the NBA for 10 years. What is going on here? Yeah, he's a pro. He's a pro. He knows how to play FIBA game. He knows how to play the NBA game. What are you worried about him playing the NBA? What's that question? I didn't understand it. All right, Oren. Here we go. It's a good one. Too much. Great question by Oren Weisfeld. 10 deep, baby. Hmm. Play all of them. Play a lot of them. You gotta play them to develop them, Nick, motherfucker. Good question. Good answer. I wish our fans were as patient as the organization and me and Monique and the Rabbit Freaks. Get patient fans. Of course, it's a new era, you idiot. We got a new coach, you dumbass. Of course, it's a new era. What kind of questions are these? We need Jake. Somebody get Jake States down here. Jake got better questions asked to him last week in 12 minutes than this bullshit. And it may take a little while, y'all. So just be patient, is what we're saying. You got to be patient through losing to get to winning, y'all. You seriously do. Is that Katie? Oh, no, that's Amon from Yahoo. James Wade. Motivator. James Wade's charismatic. He's the GM of the Chicago Sky also. All the coaching staff has European coaching ties. Rightfully so. He's a dangerous man. Mm, I like this. We do that better this year, we're better this year. That one right there. He doesn't want you to force it through 2 players, Pascal. Don't be doing that no more. Too many good players around you. He's gonna use the center more. Jakob. I wish Koloko wasn't sick. The paint, that's right. The rim, rebounding, boxing out. He's gonna switch from man to zone. There you go. Sounds like he's not going to do too much more different than Nick in some ways, but he's definitely going to do some things that are different as far as like where the origination of in meeting the defense to the offense. Like Nick was so aggressive about hounding over at the half court line with like sending like point of attack right there with Fred and Gary so much that really he's going to build it from the lane coming out, and it's really going to be really important, that foundation in the middle of whoever's playing pivot for us. So yeah, that's very good interview by Darko. Very on point. He's a professional. He handled the lawsuit questions very well. He said a lot of the same things he's been saying already that he said on Jake's Takes and also in interviews already earlier this summer in the introductory press conference earlier this summer. Some of the same questions were asked, and he just said the same damn thing. And I love it. And it's consistent. And I love what he said when they asked him about the lawsuit. When he said basically, it's like, I know who I am when I look in the mirror, and I know who my parents raised me. And I know that in this world, if you're innocent, that everything should work out. So I really do feel like this is some made up bullshit by MSG to try and make us look bad and try and tarnish our coach before the season starts. So yeah, screw y'all for that, MSG. And Darko does not deserve that kind of attention. Honestly, the guy's an amazing person. All right, let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. I'll start with Alan Tam first. Thanks for getting me the link, Cool Cat. I know it was a little difficult and frustrating for you, but I did get in there finally, and we have watched 2 of the press conferences so far. We're going to see Pascal next. Alan Tam saying it's all BS. Keith didn't have any involvement with Tupac's death. He was just pissed off because he's blaming Tupac for the death of his nephew, Orlando or Anderson. He just talks shit. He's just bitter. Okay, we're going back to the Tupac conversation. Interesting, Alan Tam. All right. All right. And yeah, I'm not a TikToker either. I'm not gonna watch it on TikTok. David's right. He's like, it's on TikTok. What the hell is this? It's like that's messed up. Seymour agrees with Alan on his take on Tupac. Interesting. It's also on CP24. Okay. And Seymour saying he's gonna watch it after. Isaac has it. Thanks, guys, for sharing it with me. Kuket saying Masai said he has talked to Pascal. They have not talked extension yet. He said it's not a problem for the Raptors. Yeah, I agree with this. Masai very much was saying over and over again, we develop our guys, we invest in our guys. That's why they're valuable. That's why our team is sought after in trade talks. That's why there's a lot of extra noise about us. And once again, he's saying there's a lot of sensationalization in the media of this kind of stuff. And he's looking at all the guys in front of him like it's y'all's fault. Yeah, Masai's right. In some ways, y'all make up so much bullshit that you make fans think that there's way more to things than there are. And I think it's very, very good example is this Lillard thing that happened just recently. There's an article on ESPN detailing the day of the Lillard trade and how it all went down. And if you go look at that article, you will not see Masai Ujiri, Bobby Webster, or the Toronto Raptors even mentioned in that article. So you think about how much all the bullshit gets blown up out of proportion when the reality of it is the Raptors are not talking to them directly that day, and Portland's moving with Milwaukee in that towards that direction, and they didn't even talk about us being a factor in that article. So it's so silly and stupid. Fiercely saying, trying to access TSN from my Roku internet, and it's asking me to download the app. I'm wasting time. I know that was really annoying to me too. TSN was doing some weird shit there. It looks like they're going to start again soon with Siakam. Carlos saying it's on the Toronto Stars TikTok. What a weird place for Doug Smith to put it. Alan Tam saying he was charged with suspicion of murder, which means they're not sure he's the only suspect. If the detective's so sure he did it, how come he wasn't charged with a first-degree murder? Alan Tam, either way, I don't have a horse in this race. If there's justice for Tupac, 30 years later, I am all for it. Now, why do you care about that guy so much? Are you trying to protect him? Is he your friend? Bam, son. Isaac, thank you for putting the stream chat there for us to be able to watch it. Yeah, Feasty's got it finally. Tupac saying, working on Toronto Star TikTok. I can't believe that it's on Toronto Star TikTok. It's on TSN. And why isn't it on Raptors Official? Raptors Official. Y'all usually put it there. What the hell? Alan, I don't want to talk about Tupac too much today. To honestly think Tupac was a punk, but he still deserved justice to find out who his killer is, but they will never know who. All right, listen. I don't think Tupac was a punk. I think Tupac was a cultural icon, an important person beyond music. His beliefs, he in some ways is a modern philosopher. And in some ways, his philosophy has lived on after him. And it's very important influence on many, many people. Tupac is more like Malcolm X than he is like Drake or something like that. This man is much more important and culturally important than we got to give him credit for that. We really do. Davis saying, laugh out loud, there will be no selfishness this year. I love it. Yeah, no selfishness. No, we really did shore up things about selfishness. You got termites in your house, you get a pest control to come in and spray them and get them the hell out of your wood in your house. Well, we had termites of selfishness. And we got a pest control group came in. Darko is the first lead technician with the pesticide to get them termites out of the house, causing the selfishness. Grady Dick, what a fun-loving guy, helper there with Darko getting them termites out. He'll make things light and nice. And there's Garrett Temple, a professional teammate in the NBA. Somebody is good at making things good. Scottie said it on Twitch. They're all about the team and being together and staying together and playing like a team. And they're listening to Darko. They're listening to Masai. From what I heard from those two guys just now, they've been talking about this as the theme, that they got to play more for each other and looking for each other. Darko does not want to see somebody trying to beat a double team. He says, if you got two guys on you, you find that open man because we ain't doing this shit this year. No, and no extra dribbling, no extra this and that. He wants the half-second rule. Because you got the ball, you get it for a half second, you move it to the next. And when he says less, he doesn't mean these players are going to get less production. The production is going to need to fill already. Reporters, you dumbasses, think, oh, what are they going to do with the less? They're in contracts years. They're going to be selfish about it. You're projecting, reporters, and that's what you want because you want to write a story. Well, Darko knows that even though he's saying less, doesn't mean these guys are going to score less. They're going to get less shots, get less opportunity. No, it means they're going to have less time to do it. That means that they have to pass it because his philosophy is 0.5 seconds, that he wants it half second. You touch the ball, you got to make a decision, do something with it within that half second. And if you're not, you're wasting your time like Fred did with us last year, standing there watching the clock dribble. No, he ain't going to have that this year. So in some ways, we got the guy who holds the ball too long in our shot clock out of here. We got the coach out of here that was causing us to just not know our roles and stand around and play selfishly. Yeah, we're going to be less selfish this year because things have changed. And Darko ain't about it. It's not anything to do with his coaching philosophy and how he does things. So no selfishness this year, period. That's right, Fiercely. Bam, bam. Monique is saying, so far, so good. I know Monique loves listening to Masai. In some ways, Masai was a little subdued because normally he inspires like in a big way, but in some ways he is doing a little bit of damage control just to talk to these people. I like that Masai said, I take accountability for not moving Fred at the trade deadline last year, but he wanted to make sure that people realize there's a certain amount of loyalty with the individual and what's going on, and that you don't just turn around and trade him at the trade deadline, even if it hurts us in the summer. In some ways, we got to do things as a class act because their friends and people that really care about them are on the team still. You go and sell out Fred, trade him at that trade deadline all of a sudden like that, it may affect some of the guys we do want in our long term that we're keeping around for development. And they see that kind of, whoa, they kind of screwed Fred over right there in that kind of way. What we did with Fred was exactly how it needed to be done. And honestly, it did not hurt us as much as people think it did. People think it's such a big, huge loss. No, it's not. What are you talking about? Dennis Schroeder's going to fill that role real nice this year. Watch. Yeah, Isaac's saying, like the Raptor freak. That's right. Thank you, Isaac. And Masai is the GOAT, Tom. I agree. Way to go, Masai. Mo liked the interview. I liked it too. Like I said, it's a little bit of different feeling to his interview than normal Media Day interviews. But you know what? I want to hear what he said at the beginning. I missed it. All right, G-Man's in here. Let's see what this guy's saying. Really bad look for the Raptors to not be live streaming this to their fans, not on Sportsnet or TSN or TV, and the feed on TSN isn't in stereo. Real lame. Well, I'm not going to complain about the stereo. I will somewhat agree with you, G-Man, that normally it is on their official admin site. I don't know why they didn't do that. Maybe they're mad at me because I didn't share the love for them this Saturday instead of Hubie Brown. But yeah, I don't know. You're right. In some ways, I wish it was just on Raptors official like normal. But we got to give them credit. There's microphones on the interviewers who are actually, we can hear their questions. And that's always been the Achilles heel of Raptors press conferences, is that there's never a mic on the people asking the questions. So they actually got that right, at least this time. If not, it's not in stereo. G-Man, I don't know. Let's not say it's a bad look for the team. Maybe, I don't know, it's a bad look for their admin, their social media admin. Fiercely saying, I missed the beginning of the presser. Did anyone congratulate him on making second place in the execs? That's not a real thing, Fiercely, so he shouldn't get congratulations for that. Plus, it's second place. It's a Yahoo poll. It's not even like, it's just more of the bullshit. But, I don't expect them to congratulate him. He need to come face the music and talk to them to an extent. And they're not his friend. That's the sad thing. They really aren't his friend. David's saying, that was nice. Made sure Samson got to follow up. I like Masai. Yeah, Samson's asking real basketball questions. Meanwhile, these jabronis are asking tabloid questions about a lawsuit, about made-up bullshit, about fucking worrying about the contracts this year. Some of these people are asking good questions, like Savannah, asking about Dennis and the FIBA World Cup experience. And, Samson asking this. Oren had an okay question. He had a shitty question too. I grade these guys on their questions to a degree. Some of them are just stupid questions. Some of them are like, what did you just ask? Like, you can answer your own question by just asking the question. I don't know. Our press corps is not very good. Let's just put it that way. There's other teams that have much tougher press corps. In some ways, I'm glad they're not that good, because in some ways, our guys don't have to deal with really hard-ass motherfuckers like Philadelphia or New York. So I'm glad they kind of suck. Jake needs a press pass, though. Jake's takes would be killing it way better than these guys right now. G is telling me that Harden is not at the media day for the Sixers right now. He's upset. He hasn't been traded to the Clippers. Some of these superstars are such divas. Wow, better for us. Good for him. I support James Harden in not going to media day, not showing up for the Sixers, helping to make them a dumpster fire. Thank you, James. You are my dude. I love you, James. I love you so much. Don't go to media day. That's right. Fiercely saying, wow, gee, not a good look for the Sixers. That's right. Let's just pile on the Sixers and laugh at them for James Harden. That's right. Monique is saying the media person needs to be fired. Damn. Monique's calling for the firing of the Raptors media person for not putting it on their official website. Well, it is what they is. They want to switch it up. Maybe they want to make it harder for us to find it. Maybe they're like, they won't come and try and watch it still. No, we really care about this team. We're trying to find it. You're going to put it on your official account. Damn it. Fiercely saying, did Masai say the word win? I haven't heard him say it yet. He said it a couple times, but not as much as he said it in past years. That's for sure. G saying, not sure if this will be helpful, but can you repeat the question? What channel is this on? It's actually on, I'm hearing that it's on CP24, and it's also on TSN's website, and that's where we are right now. Live coverage will resume shortly. It is saying it's live. If y'all see him coming back on, tell me, let me know. Let's see. Isaac saying, tune in, like, and subscribe, good people. Appreciate that, Isaac. Fiercely saying, Masai is very poised, knows how to answer and operate, doesn't fold to the pressure. Trust in Masai, we trust. That's right. That's right. We're going to trust in Masai. Fiercely saying, he said winning. G-Man saying, multi-billion corporation, and they don't bother to live stream this on YouTube. The fan base mixed with lame media questions tells you all you need to know about where we're going. G-Man, we're a positive channel here, and that negativity is not necessary. That has nothing to do with where we're going. We know that they've had problems with the technical stuff in the press conferences for the Raptors for years now. At least we can hear the answers. Either way, listen, this is not necessary comments kind of stuff. You can criticize it, it's fine, but don't start applying it to this is how we're going to do as a team. That doesn't make any sense, man. Come on now. Win. He said it. All right, good. Kareem saying Masai seems a bit uneasy. Yeah, you can tell he's a little bit uneasy. But you know what? This is a little bit of an uneasy time in our history. I do like that he feels confident and comfortable and that he's not feeling the pressure, that he's just trying to do his job as normal. That's good. Because in some ways, the unnecessary noise that's out there that we are looking at, he doesn't need it to be distracting him or causing him to change how he does his job because he's scared or something like that. Fuck that. He's brave. He's bold. He's confident. He's comfortable. And everybody's trying to make him uncomfortable. Fuck you. I hate you. Anybody who's anti-Masai right now, you can fucking kiss my ass and tell me your address. I'll come to your house and I'll talk to you personally. That's right. I'll tell you right to your face. I'll say to your face, I'm not afraid of hiding my face or saying things behind a keyboard and saying out of pocket shit about our great leader, Masai Ujiri of the Toronto Raptors. You want to say that shit, say it with your face aware, open, so I know who you are, so I can come see you. How about that? Yeah. Tom Duke saying, you move on when those deals aren't there. That's right. That's right. Masai's not wasting time. Him and Bobby listen. They're aggressive. They're trying to find the deals. When they get the opportunity, they'll strike like a Kawhi Leonard deal. Some people know his move now, and some people don't want to let him do that at this point. So in some ways, that's part of it. He's done it before. Now they know kind of what he's going to do. Some other teams may not want to be willing to deal with him because they know, oh, we don't want him to get another Kawhi, something like that. These are things that happen. David's saying that Will Lou sucks. Well, sometimes he's a Debbie Downer. In some ways, I want him to get more sunshine and happiness in his life. In some ways, I feel like, Will, come on, let's go enjoy life like Samson Folk. Look at what he's doing. He's out there playing basketball. He's spending the whole summer in New Zealand. He's having a good life. Will, you go have a good life too, so you can smile and not be so Debbie Downer on the Raptors show. Come on, please. Mo's saying Pascal is Toronto, shaking my head. There you go. Stargate saying, was that the Warwick report guy just before Will Lou? I don't know. Is Warwick report there? Yeah, who knows? I don't know. There were some new voices in that press conference that I did not recognize. That is for sure. G saying Ed Rogers is the real issue. He tried to sabotage Masai and fire him in 2021 so he could keep the money for himself. All documented. Masai has so many obstacles to deal with that people don't know. Yeah, and that's why us as the fans, we need to support him and not be part of that chorus of bullshit. Seriously, we are on the map as a team in the NBA because of Masai Ujiri. And Raptors fans need to realize that and protect him at all costs. If you're echoing any of the bullshit noise out there about them not doing a good job, stop, because you don't know how damaging that can be. We've lost our really good coach in the last year because of a lot of that kind of bullshit noise. So we don't need any of that kind of stuff happening to our dude. Seriously, he is the captain of the ship. He's a good captain to be of our ship. You don't understand how bad it could be without Masai in charge. Seriously. So casuals, more recent fans, you do not come after our chief and top dog of our organization. This guy is important for us to stay a very valid, important, competitive team in the NBA. If we don't have him, we go back to the Stone Age, literally. And it's not just because we have a dinosaur motif. We go back to Jurassic times where we were a purple dinosaur team that had very much was not respected in any kind of way. So you get rid of Masai, we lose respect immediately. You want to do that, Raptors Nation? No, you don't. Because we want the good things in our team, and he is a good thing. Just trust me on that. Don't listen to the media hype that's saying bullshit about them. It's coming from Ted Rogers. He owns Rogers. He hates Masai. He thinks he's paid too much. So you want to be manipulated by a Monty Burns motherfucker that you pay your cable bill to? You go ahead and be a dumbass and follow his line of thinking and come after Masai with the rest of them because he wants you to. That's what Ted Rogers wants you to do. You want to go with Monty Burbs? Yes, excellent. Smithers. That's what you're doing if you're going after Masai right now. You're doing the bidding of a multi-billionaire fucker that owns the cable company that you pay a cable bill that's overpriced to every month if you're coming after Masai. That's just the damn truth of it. You're doing his dirty work for the fucking billionaire. Well, you want to be happy about that? You fucking, what the fuck? All right, let's keep going. Stargate Sam, these hockey centric are killing me with these nonsensical questions. I know that's part of it too. It's just like when I worked at the Air Canada Center. They always made a blue thing for the Leafs and they made a purple version for the Raptors, and it would look ugly in the purple. And I was like, listen, don't try and make your hockey questions fit to basketball. In some ways, the hockey stuff y'all ask, hot stove questions like that, they don't apply to basketball. All right, Siakam's on, y'all. He's very bushy. He's wearing his jersey. I like to see that. Oriented here with the microphone. He's a little looks like he's a little out of place. Yeah. He had a really good summer. European vacation. Good question by Lewinberg. That's his friend. His friend. And that's how we should be. We should be proud of Fred. Mhm. We should be happy for him. 43 million a year. He's been on the same team with Fred his whole career. But you got Yaka back. Things change. Siakam always ramble answers. He probably should have stopped like 2 seconds ago. He did not mention Dennis there, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't know Dennis yet. That's part of it. Motherfucker, you better get that culture changed. Siakam looks stronger. His arms look big. when he first started. Don't try and force it over 2 this year. I feel like he's being fairly accurate. He's not totally being truthful here. See, he rambles. This press corps too awkward. I wasn't saying that. That's what it sounded like what you're saying. Answer. Toronto Sun. Blech. This is the kind of question where he's trying to pull a string. That's what Darko just said. He's echoing Darko. Just make sure you pass more this year, okay? That's all I'm saying, Siakam. Just make sure you pass more this year. Ah, fuck you, Doug. See, Siakam doesn't like Doug. He just gave a tell. He's like, "Ugh, Doug." Yeah, you do. He's been on the team the longest now. This guy's in the back of the room. It's good. He's saying winning a lot. You gotta help him succeed, Siakam. You gotta help him. This man worked hard. It got bright all of a sudden in there. Turned a light on. I like that. Above 500. I think he learned from last year, the pressure, what he said, and he's not trying to do that this year. Yeah, Red Bull, Red Bull. This is really good that he has this kind of mentality. Rome, Venice, Italy, Austria. Yeah. At the All-Star break, he was practicing this. He just had fun. He didn't get all caught up in the stress, and he got that camera, and he just had a blast at the All-Star break this year. That's the philosophy he's showing. He's wanting to live in the moment, enjoy his life instead of getting caught up in all the bullshit. Really smart. This guy misquoting him? That's bullshit. Who's fucking misquoting him? Who the fuck is that? Is that Warwick? He dropped the F bomb. he really realizes that, like, the Raptors are where he made himself. He came in as a young kid, and he's now a man. And in some ways, that all happened here in Toronto. That is important. Oh, here's the French question. Is that true? Yeah, he said no ISO, Siakam. So basically, the French guy just asked him, "Are you ready to play less isolation because of Darko?" And he said, "Yeah, I'm gonna play whatever system that Darko asks me." So that's kind of where he's at. He wants to leave. Usually, the French questions last. He's like ready to leave. He didn't want to get. He was like ready to go. Siakam's in a weird place. He's got a bug flying around him, and he's weird in some ways. I think he's asking him about his time in France this summer, being in Paris. Okay, he's done. Yeah. Let him go. Let him go. He doesn't wanna be up there no more. Ah, fuck! Alright, Eric. Just say no. Just say no. He doesn't concentrate on the business side. He concentrates on the basketball side. He has people that take care of this for him. Roles. He just said it after me. We didn't have that last year. Roles. Michael Green. She doesn't like him either. He looked down. Is it? Is his name in the news, Michael? Grange is gaslighting him. Fuck you, Grange. You're the source of that shit, you fuck. He's laughing, but he's like, "Fuck you, Grange." With that laugh. I don't listen to y'all, so I was gonna say. Just bullshit out in the air. Getting better, working hard, coming into work, kicking ass. That's right. That's what he's doing. He don't give a shit. He's not doing this to make you happy, Michael Grange, you fuck. He doesn't wanna do the business shit. He hates the business side. The money's nice, but he cares about the basketball. His heart's in the right place. Yes, Siakam, that's our guy. That's our all NBA supermax player by the end of the year right there. I'm not afraid of him going anywhere else. He was a little weird there, but everything's a little weird this media day so far, it seems like. It's all new and very kind of unsettled, and the media's acting out of pocket. There we see the back of Doug Smith's head. Gross. Ugh, ugh. All right, let's see. Well, I'll get back to the chat here. Nice interview by Siakam. He's a little pensive. This year, he's not as braggadocio as last year, saying, I'm going to come in and be a top 10 player in the league. He's more kind of like dialing it back. It may be that he made that statement at the beginning of the year. We saw how things went last year with the selfishness, and people interpreted him as being wanting to get that as being selfish. So he's not setting himself up where any of that on today's media day with any of those expectations. I don't know who that is walking in the middle of the camera right now. His weird face. All right, let's see. This Masai guy's pretty great. Yeah, I agree with you, Tom. It's pretty good. Monique saying Masai over everything, Tom. I love that. Trade yourself, casuals. That's right. I said that. Did I say that earlier, Isaac? That's a pretty good little statement. I like that. I'm going to go through all the chats still, even though I'm behind on it, you guys. I don't mind it. I think Siakam was okay. I mean, it's going to be weird. We're going to see. All right, let me see what else is going on. I make sure if there is some problem people in the chat, I will go ahead and kick them out. You let me get to them, okay? We'll see. I see there's a lot to catch up on. I see this for sure. Hang on. Where was I? I'm trying to catch up to the right spot. Holy crap, there is quite a lot here. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure. I'm gonna try and be quick on getting through here as I can. No, 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 no. All right. Wow. You guys really have gone deep here. Um, oh, crap, man. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do y'all's comments because there's so much, and we'll be here all day if there's too much. Let's see. All right. Here we go. I'm right here. Basically, Wayne Strainer is saying, I can't listen to idiots. What was Lillard, Durant, Kyrie, Paul, Harden, and Embiid ever won? What have they won? Yeah, we've won something. If they're so great, where are their trophies? These are just media talking points in the U.S., not serious. Yeah, I agree with that. No talking reaction. I'll react to it an extent. It's just I don't want to talk over it. Stargate saying, yes, Masai, tell him. Who cares if the U.S. born players don't want to come here? The international stars will. Yep, I caught that. That was really good. Yeah, that was abrupt. He was poised and careful indeed. Yep, that's how Masai was, fiercely. Let's see. Trust in Masai. I like that, Dana. G saying he basically said they're going international, looking within Canada and their stars, growing within the organization will continue to look for other opportunities. Yep, I heard that too. It's good stuff. Tom's got Darko coming in. Cowboys saying, why is there always microphone problems with Toronto? It's always hard to hear. They're working on it, Bradley. It's over a few years it works on it. Kareem saying, Masai hit it out of the ballpark with that last answer. Yeah, I like Masai. I thought he was pretty good. I'm going to rewatch them some more because in some ways it's like we missed the beginning. And obviously there's a little bit of a distraction doing the live stream at the same time as watching them. So I'll definitely be watching him for sure later on. I don't know if I'll watch everybody's interviews again, though. Tom Duke saying lawsuit is first question with the obvious answer to shut it down. Zip it, Eric Kareen. I know that's so annoying. Fiercely saying Darko's first question, what the F? I know his first question on Media Day is that. David saying no one had the nuts to bring it up with Masai. I think they might have asked him at the first question. We just missed it. G saying they're unbothered by this lawsuit. Yeah, I mean, Darko's confident in who he is. He knows he's not in trouble. and that justice will prevail. David says he likes Darko. He thinks he's solid. I like that. Monique saying Darko has my heart on the Dennis conversation. Let's go. G saying Scottie will be used in many different ways, not solely as a point guard. We have been saying this. The point guard title is just semantics. Yeah, he's going to pass the ball. He's going to get assists. It's just he's not technically going to be our point guard. He's still going to be probably lining up as a forward. Fiercely saying they're so adamant on making Scottie point guard. Isn't he focusing on defense this year? You know what it is? These media guys are listening to the fans say they want Scottie to be a point guard. In some ways, they're also listening to Scottie saying he wants to be a point guard, and they're pushing that narrative to, in some ways cause disruption or conflict. It's silly. It is very, very silly. Isaac saying 6'11", city boys. That's right. David saying, I have a feeling Darko is going to be an absolute beast as our coach. I believe in what you're saying there too. I think he's a genius. The part of the reason why they're so impressed with him is they really understand his astuteness. This is the same reason why they hired Nick Nurse, and we see the effect that Nick Nurse had as a rookie head coach. So I'm just saying, get ready to see a superstar coach in Darko. He's the next one. These guys don't pick coaches frivolously. They took 2 months to get him. He's the right one. He's going to be a badass. Watch. He's going to be so good. Dobro Juto to Darko. David saying we're basically going to do the opposite of what Fred did last year. Yeah, that's kind of what he described. It's awesome. Tom Duke's giving Scottie Barnes the crown. I love it. MSG saying to Dana, bingo. And Tom Duke's laughing. Fiercely saying they only ask questions on Scottie. There's Michael Grange on the screen. If you're on a close-up of Grange's head, there you go. They aren't asking about Siakam. I don't know. In some ways, I don't want them to ask about anybody because a lot of times when they're asking questions, they're stupid and out of pocket. Darko said the bench mob is back, baby. I really did like that Darko said he wants to go 10 deep in games. No more of this 8-man rotation kind of stuff. Scott may have said only 8 guys matter, but that's not what Darko said. So, Scottie, you better be ready to allow 10 or 12 of your guys on your team to be important this year. That's the thing. Darko's smart. It's a long season. Nick was stupid. That was one of the reasons why I hated the way he coached the last couple years. He overplayed y'all too much. And now Darko has already said he likes to go 10 deep on the bench. So, yeah, he's going to be playing 5 bench players in the games and getting them in there. And he said the most important thing that Nick did not realize. You can't develop a guy if you don't play him. So that's why Darko's going to play 5 guys off the bench this year. He said it earlier. I believe him, and I can't wait to see it. That means more Malachi, more possibilities for Koloko, and different things. MSJ saying at David, hey, Dana, that was meant for David. Fred VanVleet was not a team player. Stargate saying, I swear our Canadian sports media can be so embarrassing. It's like they don't know the game of basketball. I'm sorry I have to call a spade a spade. I won't disagree with you, Stargate. Now, Samson Falk knows what he's talking about. Orange Weisfeld, the most agree. Aaron Rose, you should be covering like Drake and music instead of basketball. Seriously. Aaron Rose, you're like a little groupie teenager girl. You need to go like cover like Tiger Beat shit, Aaron Rose. That's what I really feel like at this point. Let's see. Nameless saying, oh, come on, Doug. Would you put your goddamn teeth in? Yeah, I know. He was a little marble mouth there for a little bit there. David saying, yeah, I agree, Stargate. It's pretty brutal. Jake's Takes knows what's up, though. Yeah, we need 13-year-old Jake to come down here and ask some questions. There's Savannah on the screen. It looks like she's got her hair twisted up. Is that Savannah? I don't know if that's Savannah. Maybe not. Let's see. Cowboys saying our media people are whack. They really are. They're weird. Some of them need to retire, and the youngsters are good. Some of them coming up are very, very good. But we need more good people in the Raptors media contingency. Yeah. Yeah, you want a dunk for Nameless? All right, we'll give a dunk to Nameless. From David Saborin to Nameless. Nameless, you're getting a dunk from David on assist. All right, let's see. Alley-oop. There you go. Yeah, I love it. When does Doug Smith retire to cover pickleball in Florida? Okay, that you like that one too? All right, we'll give that one to MSG. Jay's getting a dunk for that one. That's pretty good. When is he going to go retire and play pickleball? Grange is such a bonehead from Carlo. I love it. Yeah, I love all that. You guys dump on them. Dump on those stupid media guys. They're idiots. Stargate saying, Grange just retired now, please. You and Doug, just buy a home in Jamaica and retire. Doug's ready to retire. Grange is still young. He's a little young still. Grange, can he not be replaced? Ugh, I know. Grange, go back to bed. Monique, that's hilarious. Stargate saying, who are these reporters? Man, they sound so novice. Yeah, amateur. Yeah, MSJ saying Lex should be the Sportsnet reporter. Give him the $200,000 a year to talk Raptors for the rest of his life. Why does it always have to be the most annoying in the Toronto media who are the reporters? Now, I like Lewinberg. Lewinberg's all right. Grange is Sportsnet. He's annoying. Remember, he's working for Ted Rogers. He works for Rogers. He is directly working for Ted, the enemy. That's right. A cowboy saying what Masai may be lacking. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know. These people are trying to project. G is saying Darko knows basketball. I agree with that. Darko is a coach's coach. You can tell. Stargate. Carlos saying so excited for the Darko era. Yeah, that was such a dumb question. It's like, what do you think of this is happening? It's like, well, there's a new era. Yeah, that's your question. That was one of the questions. It's so stupid. David's saying it's amazing Grange is employable. He's such a moron. It's amazing. Yeah, I don't know who he knows. He must know somebody. Monique saying happy to hear news on the 905 front too. Yeah, I liked Darko giving kudos to Eric Curry for being there all summer. And okay, we're getting Gary out of order instead of Scotty. It's Gary first. He's really got some shiny diamond earrings on. Yeah, I liked Darko's giving Curry credit for being around all summer and listening to him and learning his principles to implement for the 905. That was a really good mention by Darko in his interview. Gary's looking very rested and sharp. He looks like he's in great shape. He looks stronger. His upper body looks stronger. Like look at his shoulders. Grange first. Gary's a short answerer. He's like the opposite of Siakam. He's got very short answers. His life. Well, look at that. That's a diss at Nick, y'all. Good answer. Same kind of thing as Siakam. He does his part of it. His people take care of the business side. But he did acknowledge the conversations are happening. That's the difference between him and Siakam. He's saying they are, and that makes total sense. He could be Franz Wagner, is what got him excited. See, he likes Dennis. He's a fan of him. You can tell. Met him. Pressure. Kind of men they are in the tough situations. He's excited. He knows Dennis is a big time player. Great answers. Gary's been the best so far today. Fuck Mike Ganter. Fuck Mike Ganter. Toronto's son. Scotty. Pascal. Siakam. They need to listen to Siakam. This is the best Gary's ever done in interviews, guys. I've never hear him talk so much before. He's really opening up. He's, like, more comfortable than ever, is what it is. He's very young. He's not necessarily a veteran. He wants to up the tempo. Progress. Getting better and better. I'm excited about what he just said. We're gonna play up tempo. They're gonna push it. This'll be a lot easier with Dennis around instead of Fred. See, he's painting it where it doesn't have to be a choice between Dennis and him. They can both be on the court. It's awesome. I'm excited for this week. Good job, Gary. Honestly, that was one of the best Gary Trent Jr. interviews I've ever heard. He's not normally this talkative, and honestly, he gave us a lot in it. He gave us the that they're playing a high tempo, up tempo kind of offense. He also talked about how he really does. He's impressed with Dennis, and if the media was trying to make it a Dennis versus Gary thing, they failed just now because Dennis is basically like somebody that he looks up to. That Gary says, I'm ready to play with him. You can tell he's actually kind of a down low a fan of his. So, and also, I love that Gary mentioned, I can play with Dennis on the court. Some fans are already making it like a Gary versus Dennis thing, as far as because of the starting lineup and who possibly could be, being the point guard. And I think that's folly. And Gary, and once again, these guys look at a team as a team, and you got teammates, and there's going to be different lineups that Darko's going to put out there. And I'm sure Dennis to Gary is going to be a very nice combination this year. Like I said, you if you watched FIBA with Dennis passing to Franz Wagner, it's not that hard for Gary Trent Jr. to imagine himself being Franz Wagner, getting those amazing passes for open threes. So yeah, that's what we're looking at right there. I love it. Let's see. Stargate saying our players better listen to Darko. Please leave your egos at the front door and just listen. Yes. Yes, I completely agree with that. Jimmy Pope's here. Good to see the Pope of positivity. What up? I'm at work. I can't stay for long. Go Raps. I can't wait to hear the stupid questions when I get home. Jimmy's gonna. He already knows they're stupid questions. He barely watched it, but he knows. Carlo JS is saying nurse's system is conducive to their ego. Well, in some ways, that was what Nick was openly saying. He wants to help his guys get bags. So he very much was trying to help Fred get overplayed so that he can get more money this past summer. It wasn't that these players were doing it selfishly on their own. The coach was helping them to be selfish because, in some ways, that was part of what he even openly just said. I was trying to feed certain guys, overfeed them to help them with their contracts. So if your coach has that kind of a mentality to help particular guys that he's trying to been helped for a couple years, yeah, that's part of the reason why he's fired now. Yeah. Monique saying Marquise will get his moments. You heard me. That's right. I'll predict this with Mo. I counted out Fred a long time ago and I was wrong. So I ain't going to count out Marquise Noel. That's for sure. Stargate saying you can tell Darko already knows who he wants to make the team. Laughing my ass off. Yeah. And it was Iman who asked that question. Yeah. I figured that was from Yahoo. Yeah, I think he's got a good idea. But once again, these reporters asking questions right now, this is when they figure it out in the next couple of days when they start training camp, when they start getting in there and they learn each other. Like Gary's got to learn Dennis. They got to meet Dennis and see how he fits with everybody. And there may be some really natural, like great chemistry between Dennis and certain Raptors right away. That's where some of this stuff can just start sparking really amazing things for our team is like new ingredients on the team, new players to play alongside, and good things happen. I guess my flag just fell down. It's all good. Carlos saying the game is easy if you play it the right way. There you go. I love that. I love that statement. And that quote again. Cowboy saying, I hope Koloko gets better because Darko will give him good minutes. Yeah, he needs to get better. He's going to get his opportunity. Alan Tam saying, I heard rumors Raptors are looking at Donovan Mitchell. I know it's BS. Yeah, we're not looking at Donovan Mitchell. I'm not interested in him. Stargate saying, look, even people in New York are saying that it's a BS lawsuit. It's a frivolous lawsuit brought up by the Knicks to try and sabotage us right before the season and help cause dumpster fires for us. Well, we're better than that. Literally. Darko's better than doing that. And it's funny that Grange couldn't remember the guy's name. You idiot, Grange. You're in the public, you're in the press. You should remember his name's Azotam. And you know, what does it matter if he's still hired by the team? You know, if he's still on the team, they're saying, is he still employed by the Raptors? Is he still employed by the Raptors? Yes. And partly that's because you don't fire him because that is incriminating yourself. If we turn around and fired him right now, it would give fire to the lawsuit and say, well, why did you fire him? He must have done something wrong. So instead, we're going to act like we didn't do anything wrong because we didn't. And we're not going to fire him. And that's what's the right move in this. Trust me. OG's next, guys. And OG's got a little bit of a goatee. Interesting facial hair for OG here. Is this evil OG? It's nothing different. OG's so well spoken, guys. Yeah, we don't know. We don't see you. We saw you with Steph Curry dribbling 2 balls, though. Yeah. You can tell he looks stronger too. Like, look at his shoulders. It's weird. These guys all look like they're, like, stronger every year they come back. Precious definitely looks stronger. Gary looks stronger. Scottie looks stronger. Siakam looks stronger. Zatzman. Keep hearing this say the right we wanna play the right way. Cringe. Hi, OG. Oh. Okay, there you go, Jake from State Farm. He does see the opportunity he can be on that guy on this team. That was a big point. I love that Gary said that. There you go. There you go. He's gonna help us win games. That's right. Switch to your British accent for this one. He is helping it already. That's a weird question. Mhm. This is good. OG's not as awkward as he used to be. He's really grown up. He's really, really grown up. New people could take more of a role. I like OG's goatee. He looks like he's meaner in some ways. Like, seriously. I wonder if it'll last. Samson more basketball questions. Some ways that we don't want him to be the on-ball creator. He doesn't care. That's why it didn't matter. Like, everybody's saying he cares about his role. He doesn't. He just wants to win. He wants to do whatever the team needs. See, he's not selfish. He's not like Jake tried to say, "Oh, he wants more of a role. Wants more shots. He wants more of this bullshit that they've been trying to say for 2 years that he's not happy in Toronto. His role's not big enough." That's bullshit. Don't fucking call us limited bullshit. There you go. There you go. I think all 3 of these extension guys have said the same thing. They are concentrating on basketball. They don't give a shit about the extension. Their people will take care of it. And he loves Toronto. Lillard. Yeah, he doesn't give a shit about the rumors. The rumors are bullshit. If things get done, then he looks at it, just like we do here. You get another question on this. He hates this question. You gotta understand that OG's just a simple dude. Come on. Fucking asking questions like that. Come on now. He took a walk by the lake with his friend in the sundress. Because of people like you fuck. What are you trying to do to him? This gaslighting ass shit, Oren Weisfeld. We don't give a fuck what y'all are saying. Shut the fuck up. Pascal, Gary, all said the same, control what they can control. And that's play better, be better Raptors, make more money. That's what how it works. Thank you, OG. You're a G. I love OG. I don't like the awkward question at the end there. I don't like Oren Weisfeld questioning him about the gaslighting of the press and his trade talks around OG for a couple years. OG has gone through this for so long. He's a veteran of that kind of bullshit. So yeah, Oren Weisfeld, whatever, bro. Whatever, bro. Top of top saying, I respect the questions the media are asking. They got Masai a bit unhinged, which is good because at least it wasn't softball questions. Yeah, I don't know what you're looking for, top of top. Once again, you're suspicious to me. Fun guy saying, "Yo, have you guys seen Jimmy's interview?" Laughing my ass off. Jimmy Butler? No, I haven't seen his media day interview. I'll bet it's pretty funny if it has anything to do with commenting on the Dame Lillard trade. I'll bet it's very funny. Stargate saying, "Of course you would have that as perspective." I'm really wondering about him, Stargate. I really am. I really, really am. Cool Cat saying, "I missed Darko in the end of the Masai session. Any word about Pascal or OG or Gary extensions?" Basically, all 3 of them have said we are concentrating on basketball related stuff. We have people we pay that take care of the business side of things, and we're not trying to, get involved in this. Gary very much nodded that yes, his people are talking to the Raptors about his extension currently right now. OG did not say that specifically. He says, I don't want to worry about that shit. Pascal doesn't care about that shit. He doesn't like thinking about it. They're worried about basketball and being better players and working hard and playing on the court and getting more wins and being together. This other stuff is extra stuff. Otherwise, there's Scottie. Scotty's going next. He's got his hair twisted up nice, so he did get his hair did for it. There's the big man. Look at how big his shoulders look right now, guys. All these guys' shoulders. That's my dude, Scott. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mhm. Get stronger, better on defense, dominate. He just said the word dominate. Dominate. He wants to dominate and win games, y'all. Whoa! He's like, how was your summer? This dude's serious. Nobody wants to ask him a question. They're scared of him. Scotty hates this shit. He hates this shit so much. He'd much rather have our Switch people ask him the questions. Conditioning. He took the dog out for runs. He was running under the Brooklyn Bridge. He's gotta be ready to shoulder that burden. Condition. Yes. Yes. I'm so ready for him to rule this league, y'all. I'm serious. I'm ready for him to take his rightful place as one of the most dominant players in the NBA. He's coming. He's coming. This man right here. He looks physically different. 6'11". 240. This is good. It sounds like Darko's bonded with Scott, Gary, and OG. I'm not totally sure if he's bonded with Pascal right yet. That makes Panser happy, fucker. Lead by example. It's a little negativity last year from the leaders. Negativity from the leaders last year. Hmm. Otto Porter, Dennis Schroeder. Did he just roll his eyes? Experience. He wants to leave. He's like trying to be done. Mm, mm. He's gonna need to be more selfish. He can't be so like, I want to set up other people. We're saying to you, Scott, we want you to score. We want you to take the shots. And I know you're an unselfish guy and you're an ultimate teammate in this kind of way. But at some point, you have to wake up and just say, you know what, I'm the man, and you need to go dominate. And I know on NBA 2K, watching you play the video game last summer, you were very unselfish with your teammates, but there was times where you just took over and you dominated. That's the mindset we're going to need from you to a degree. Fred's not going to be there holding up the ball from you or not giving you the ball. Well, this year you need to take it. And I really do want to see in the low post, Scott. I feel like that you in the low post is just such a successful idea of great things to happen. There's some Kawhi things you can do. And we would be fools if we didn't try and utilize you with the ball in your hands down near the basket. We'd be fools if we didn't. We would be. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Carlos saying OG and Gary, Masai says very soon. For Pascal, we'll see how he fits on the system. Yeah, that's kind of what he said, Carlo. Good for a little recap there. Cool Cat saying, I think Raptors YouTube will have the videos on the site. Yeah, they'll post these later for us to watch. They're just not doing it live. Let's see. Fun guy saying, honestly, I'm just going to watch the YouTube clips. I'm not having luck casting it on my TV, and I can't stand watching it on my phone. Do whatever you got to do. This has been a weird situation with the live stream this morning for their live stream of the media. Let's see. Carlos saying, my guess this year is an audition for extensions on new system. There you go. That could very well be it. I mean, Masai did kind of say this. He said, look, we got to see who we're going to decide on when these roads come up as far as making decisions with having so many players that we can't all pay. Well, this is exactly why we want this kind of flexibility. Why be limited and only have a couple of guys that we're going to go forward with? Have a crop of them, and we can choose which ones of our great players we can keep around because they're fitting with what the coach's system and what our whole overall vision is. If guys are not going to play the way we want them to, and they play more like they did last year, well, this could be a real easy way of figuring out which one of the guys are going to get those contract offers from us and which ones may be moving along to another team. So that's the way I look at it right there. Cool Cat saying we have to stop thinking about Nick Nurse's system of play. We're moving on to Darko's system of play. Yeah, I agree with this. Notice how many times they've mentioned Nick on these press conferences today. They've mentioned Fred, almost every single one of them. And you've seen Pascal and OG both say, we're really happy for Fred. We love him, and he deserves his money. They have not brought up Nick Nurse once in this entire thing at all in any kind of play. They've always brought up that Darko's our new coach, and they have not brought up Nick once, if you've noticed. It's very, very interesting. Carlos saying, yep, Nick Nurse's system had us so diluted on how the team goes into offense. Yeah, it was a really weird system in some ways. And those guys are like kind of like taskmasters. Him and Nate Bjorngren, they wouldn't let our players take mid-range. They had all kinds of weird rules for our guys that I didn't totally agree with. Nameless saying, Nick Nurse's system bred a lot of selfishness. I believe that's true. I think that some of the problems with our selfishness is the way that he was really doting on the very top of the roster. Let's see. Carlos saying, look at how Yuta suddenly became a good shooter on a different team. He was a good shooter for us also. It's just in some ways, under Nick, there was a shakiness for those bench players to try and make the rotation. It was very hard to do that. He was so like perfectionist. If you didn't do it right, then it is a problem. Nameless says it all stemmed from Nick. I think it did. Amit, the GOAT is saying, I went to go eat. How's Media Day going? You look at the fantasy league teams yet? No, I have not, Amit. And you commented that on like an hour and a half ago. So I'm really behind. Alan Tam saying, let's go Blue Jays. That's right. Blue Jays are in the postseason. We are cheering for our MLB team here in Toronto. We love the Blue Jays. They're a team that I actually don't have too many problems with like I do like the Leafs. Top saying, I just think Darko's style is opposite to Pascal's. When asked about the way he would handle Pascal's isolation skills, he made reference to him moving the ball and making the right pass. That's right. And Siakam may not totally connect on this, but they're going to get on the right page hopefully this week, and they'll understand. If this stuff is happening in practice during training camp this week, they'll amend it and correct it. Scottie's got the right attitude. He knows that he'll pass it. It'll come back around to him the same way. Siakam needs that the same way. Top's being fair here because Siakam's answer on this topic was a little sheepish, and he got a little defensive. He's trying to say, oh, well, I'm not a selfish player. We did not say that. The interviewer even said, I didn't ask you that question. I didn't say you were selfish. I'm saying the whole team was selfish. Why are you so defensive? That was kind of a tell from Siakam. So in some ways, he needs to get more time with Darko because he was away for so long this summer and get more on the same page, just like Gary, OG, and Scottie are with Darko. I can see that already. The Siakam's awayness from the team, in some ways, he needs to get caught up on what the new thing is going to be now. Yes, Carlos saying, love it how you celebrate on playoff berth. Yeah. Thank you, Carlo. Evelyn saying, good morning, fam. I didn't realize that I suffered from second-degree burns, but don't worry. I've been seeing a doctor. I'll be fine. Remember, I'm a Raptor freak. Well, Raptor freak has regenerative skin. You're just like Kyle Lowry. You could get hurt, and it seems like you're going to be out for a month, but then all of a sudden you're okay in like 4 days. Yeah, Evelyn, we wish you well, and I hope your burn gets healed quickly. Alan saying Minnesota Twins versus Jays tomorrow, game 1. That's right, baby. Let's go. Let's win this wild card, Blue Jays. Don't mess around. You don't have a lot of games. You can't lose these. Cool Cat saying, I think TSN wants the initial viewership first, then probably will be added to the team YouTube afterwards. Yeah, I think that's probably right. Top of Top saying, Darko doesn't want Pascal to pounding the ball at the ton in the isolations. I'm in agreement with that. I'm in agreement with you also on this, and I'm in agreement with Darko. I agree with this, that Fred and Pascal in some ways were very over dribbling, taking too much time with it. That 0.5 second rule is going to change that. And that's about part of sharing. No more of this isolation dominating. I'm going to try and take over for most of the shot clock and do all the work by myself. Darko very much saying he's anti-isolation. Carlos saying Pascal will add 5 points to his average on easy plays that Darko will give him. I know. In some ways, you're going to have to work less hard in Darko's system, and you might even get more rewards. In some ways, us throwing a quick pass to Pascal down low in the post, he may get fouled more often when they try and come to him when he's making his move, and he may get more foul shots because of that. So there's all kinds of other side benefits that could really help him by not being so ball dominant and hogging the ball for a lot of the shot clock. Carlos saying Pascal playing on hard mode with the Nick Nurse system. That's right. That's the old DeMar DeRozan style. I'm going to beat 3 guys and score over you. I don't care if I'm shooting a off balance, leaner, fading back. I'm still going to try and beat you. We went through years of this with DeRozan, and I kept saying during those years, why are you making it so hard on yourself, DeMar? Pass it to somebody else. You don't need to be trying to beat 3 guys or 2 guys on a double or triple team, and then you're going to try and make a trick shot over them. Well, he went that way the hard way, and eventually DeMar started making all those shots, and he's the player he is today. But that learning curve was here on the Raptors, and he missed a lot, and it was not good play. I see Sue's heart in that. They remember what I'm talking about. They know what I'm talking about. Fun guy saying, I support James Harden for sure. I hate Daryl Morey. He's a fake and a fraud, and everyone is seeing it now. And, you know, birds of a feather flock together. Nick Nurse is friends with Daryl Morey. That's part of the reason why he went there. Yeah. Cool Cat saying, I think Darko's system will be easier on our Raptors players' bodies. I believe that's true, too. You know, Scott just said that in his interview, that one of the things I've learned from this past season is I want to be in more energy-wise better at the end of the game because the strong survive. The people that have the most breath and are able to do the most will dominate at the end and make sure that they win the game. And then you couple that with what OG was saying about how they didn't close games very well and they let other teams kind of take runs and then steal the game from us at the end. That's all tied together. And where was the culprit? The overplaying of minutes on our players. I'm telling you, Nick was fucking our team up on purpose to a degree. And he knew that these outcomes would cause us to lose more in certain ways. How the hell is Siakam or Scottie supposed to win the game for us when they have no gas left in the tank in the last 3 minutes of the game? And that's what Darko's not going to allow to do this year. We're going to make sure these guys have their breath and they're able to play at a high level all throughout the game because proper substitutions and going deeper on the bench. There you go. There you go. Isaac Campbell has got the link. So if y'all want to watch it, it's right there. Let's go, James Harden. Dana's your biggest fan. She's got that popcorn out there, and she's watching what's next with you, James. G saying Nurse's system was based on trying to minimize turnovers by having less passes. Darko's not afraid of turnovers. Pascal will adapt and with less strain on his legs can maybe even close out easier. Yeah, it's kind of what I was just saying. As G, once again, we're mirroring each other with their same thoughts. And I agree with this. Darko he's going to be more passes. That may be the biggest difference between Nick and Darko is Nick was anti-pass to a degree. And Darko is like, yeah, we're all about that. Yeah, all right. Sportsnet's got a live link too. Cool Cat saying, I'm glad Masai does not have a social media account. If Masai is forced out, they will regret as Raptors dumpsters dive. All of our current good players will ask out of Raptors. That's another thing that people need to realize. Their loyalty partly isn't just to Toronto and the Raptors. It's to Masai himself, that he is such a figure in their lives as a friend, a mentor, as a big brother, as a father figure in some cases. That, you know, that's something we don't want to mess with either. And that's something that other forces that hate us understand and they want to mess with. So there's a lot at stake with Masai Ujiri continuing to be involved in our team. And casuals don't understand this and they need to shut the fuck up if they're anti-Masai, is what I'm going to say right now. Yeah, Nameless saying, that's right. Tell me where the hell you're at, unless you're a fun guy, of course. Jason Choi saying, I'm pretty sure Pascal will be moved soon. Well, we'll see. I mean, in some ways, Jason is reading some of the tells. The Siakam's distance, the summer, In some ways, he probably was maybe a trade piece that was in talks at times this summer. Also, he's a little weird in his interview in some ways. He wasn't as like he said at some point this summer that if he got traded to another team, he would still try and circle back, come back to the Raptors. Jason, I don't mind your comment this time, but tread carefully. I'll just say that because I know you irritate people later in the comments. We'll see. Fun guy saying, I do got to say, I'll miss Nick Nurse's strengths, which were low turnovers, elite offensive rebounding, possession domination, stealing machine of a team. Yeah, those are some things. Hopefully, we can carry over some of those traits and still have. So just because he's gone, it doesn't mean we'll lose them all. Fun guy saying, I love Lex, but I would tie him like a knot if he showed up at my door to fight. Yeah, I wouldn't mess with you, man. I know your stats. Like if I'm doing the mascot matchup and it's Fun Guy and I, I know this man's bigger than me and he's over 300 pounds. So I wouldn't mess with Fun Guy. No, listen, I'm also smart. If I show up and I knock on the door and somebody's like, yeah, I'll talk to them first. If I go to the door and Fun Guy's behind the door, I was like, hey, Fun Guy, good to see you. I just want to come over and say hi. I wasn't coming over here for anything wrong. No, no. In fact, I wanted to take you to lunch. Can you come with me? I'm going to take you to lunch. Yeah, that's how it would go. I can switch real quick. I can improvise. Let's just put it that way. And if I'm in trouble, I'll talk my way out if I can. Jason's saying Nick Nurse had no offensive system. It was a free for all. Yes, there you go. That's the kind of comment I like hearing because that's true. He just said, go on out there, guys. Just do what you do, guys. Tom Duke saying we may maintain all those strengths with Darko. That's what I just said. Look at that. We're thinking alike in a lot of ways. I like this. Cool Cat saying Masai has a lot of options if he's forced out. Raptors will be run to make profit, not to win championships. NBA will use this once again as a dumping ground. There's so many bad reasons why. And serious, she's right. In some ways, like I have said recently, Masai Ujiri is the championship drive for our team. If y'all really want to win championships, Raptor fans, realize he's the person that pushes us to championships the most. As far as he's the leader and he ain't trying to just make a team that's successful with money and getting people in the seats and merchandise. He's trying to get us a team that will win. And y'all are like, he's not trying. He didn't get Lillard. No. If there's anybody in this franchise that is pushing for the Raptors to win more championships, it is Masai Ujiri for sure. And y'all need to respect that and protect him at all costs. Isaac saying Pascal is moving in MVP territory. That's the only place he's going. I like that. Carlos saying that Pascal's here. Fun guy saying, okay, I got to watch my boy Pascal. Mischief saying Masai's here to stay. Absolutely 100%. I hope so, Mischief. I hope you are. I bless that statement, and I hope that it stays exactly like that. Carlos saying definitely Masai will weather the storm. He's a tough guy. And in some ways, he's got Bobby in between him. If it really gets that bad, if they say our GMing is that bad, well, he's not the GM. Let's fire the GM first, is what I'm going to say. Fun guy saying, I'm sure Lex is tough as fuck, but I mean, 6'4" is enough for many. But I'm also mildly trained in several combat sports. Yeah, I wouldn't mess with you. I'm an innately good fighter in some ways because I know about pressure points. In some ways, I fight like Royce Gracie, if that gives away what I do. There may be a little bit of jujitsu in what I do. And if I get you on the floor with my long limbs and strength, in some ways, I can choke people out pretty quick like a snake. I shouldn't be telling everybody my fighting technique. Because in some ways, yeah, if I wrap you up, you're done. You're done. And I wouldn't mess with Fun Guy because he's bigger than me and he's trained better than me. So yeah, I wouldn't mess with you. I would be on your side. Fun Guy, whatever you want. We're going with you. All right. Pascal is on. All right. So I know where you were in the chat. We're a bit way back. MSJ saying Masai is a man. I don't care how many fans say OG has to go. He won't resign. And I say whatever. Last year I knew it and said it. Fred has to go. Masai let it happen. Masai knows what we all see. In some ways, we got to just let it happen as it's supposed to. Y'all want to get ahead and know what's going to happen. Well, part of the fun is just the journey. In fact, that's kind of what Siakam was saying. We get so caught up in trade rumors and stress and like just the NBA life. And in some ways, it's a charmed life that he should just sit back instead of all that. See number 19 here. I think they opened Dennis. I wonder if Dennis got there in time. He may not have gotten there in time. He was on a plane this morning. To see. He's going to be last because he's getting there last. I love it. They're going to use the German. Grange, don't get all fucking sentimental with Ya. Come on, man. He said he already isn't worried. He said that when he got signed in this press conference this summer. He's not worried about losing Fred. He's not worried about it. Grange, you fuck. You should have listened to the last press conference, Yak. What a dork. Just shut up, Kareem. I didn't intend for that to rhyme. Yeah, he's up for the task. He was doing it with the Spurs already. He's doing it with the Spurs the last couple years. This guy's smart. There you go. He's such a highly intelligent player. Are you okay, Eric Kareem? Jesus. Marcus Gasol. Should have used it way more last year. On Discovery. Got selfish when it was down. Mhm. Jakob's killing it right now, 100%. I think he just answered the right question for everything that was a problem last year. Training camp, preseason. You see who named. What a bad question. Who's the biggest threat? Like, what the fuck do you mean, bro? You write and you're a writer? What the That's what I like to hear. No more of this outside selling shit. Ain't heavy. Take it to them. We got the size and the strength to do that. Come on, Josh, spit it out, idiot. Where are you, Lewinberg? He knew he was. Huge. Huge. What a shitty fucking question. That's why he's like, "What's the second part?" And not during games. Yeah, get him out of there. They don't deserve his time. No, they don't. I don't know if we're gonna get Dennis. This may be the last interview for the day. I don't know. We'll have to see. Did Dennis make Toronto on time? I don't know. The stream is still up. We'll continue to do the comments. I think Yaka was matter of fact. A lot of what he just said was the same stuff he said in the middle of the summer when he had his press conference about re-signing with the Raptors. Not a whole lot there. That was really nice to hear him specifically talking about how he's helping Koloko and coming in and sitting in the video room with them. He did not have to go do stuff like that. So he's showing that he's that kind of vet that's giving it back to guys that are coming up underneath him. So I love hearing that. In that specific case, it's really good. As Yaka was a little bit away from the team also, but he was at Rico Runs and he was in Vegas. So in some ways, he has been getting his touches of being around Darko and the guys this summer. So it's really good. I really was happy he was at Rico Hines in some ways. That was huge that Poeltl was there. Jason is Pascal misses Fred. Yeah, I think I see that. I see that too. MSJ saying Masai's the man. I don't care how many fans say OG has to go. He won't resign. Okay, I already read that one. Jason saying I can see Pascal taking a step back on the scoring, but increasing his defense and rebounding. Yeah, I'm okay with that trade off in some ways. In some ways, Siakam understands it's not necessarily about how much he scores. It's about doing the next play to help his team win. He's a team player that wants to win, and that's why he plays the game. He's not playing the game for himself or to be selfish. It's just that Nick put a lot of burden on him the last couple of years. So I like that prediction by Jason. I think that's good. Dana's saying Pascal looks huge. I'm all about that. Fiercey's looking at Pascal like he's a superstar. Carlos saying, nah, OG will resign 100%. They'll give him near the max. Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. And Jason Troy saying betting on yourself. Stargate saying Pascal got them guns. These guys all had guns like today. Holy crap. They're all like got super shoulders is what's going on. See, Fiercely saying he ate good in Europe. Yeah, that happened to me too. The summer I went to Europe for 2 months was when I was like 15 years old and I grew like 6 inches. That's part of the reason why I'm so tall is because I ate that European food in Italy. I started throwing that food down like an Italian would, so many meals and so many courses. Boom, all of a sudden I shot up like 6 inches in height. And, Siakam was eating good there. He definitely was. Mo loves Pascal. Nameless saying, I can see Jason Choi being a Celtics fan. I don't know about that. Jason, we're Raptors homers. We're homers for every single person on this team. We are for the Raptors in a positive, passionate way. And we are not critical fans. We can be critical and we can talk about them, but it has to be fair. And your comments have been okay. I don't know if he's a Celtics fan, Nameless. He sounds like he's okay so far, and we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Carlos saying Pascal homers live here. That's right. Masai homers live here. Nick Nurse homers lived here last year. Fred VanVleet homers lived here last year. We just support the team and who we got. We're not toxic. We're not like a whole contingency of the Raptors fan base that is toxic as fuck. So, Jason, if you want to be toxic, you won't get that away with that here. This is not what we do here. But I don't see you being toxic yet. But I'm saying yet. I haven't gotten to all your comments. Let's see. Stargate saying it was Nick Nurse's system that was so conducive to Pascal being overly ISO. I completely agree with that. Isaac saying, join the channel and hit the like button. And if you join the channel, you get to put Scottie's face in the chat like Isaac did. Or Siakam lifting the weights with the Raptor GOAT. I love that. Yeah. MSJ saying, Jason, yep, as a fan of the Raptors, I like Pascal. Rather obvious. He's saying you can't be a fan of the Raptors and not be a fan of Pascal. That's right. You can be a fan of the Raptors and not be a fan of Pascal. It's possible. Well, it's not healthy considering he's our franchise player. He's the best Raptor ever, in my opinion, honestly, to a degree. In some ways, he is the greatest Raptor of all time. And in some ways, we demand respect for our players, even if you don't personally like him. So be careful there. Yeah, our little Panserites have infiltrated us. Yeah, we'll see if he who shall not be named has some of his trolls and idiots that follow him coming in here. We'll deal with them as they are. Carlos saying, yeah, but we like Pascal. So what? Yeah. Let's see. Pay attention. Stargate's like, watch this guy. That's funny. Tom Duke's got the emotes on blast, and Tom is watching. It's all good. Go Raptors. He's going to let me deal with them is what he's basically saying. Fiercely saying, Doug sounds like he's eating while talking. So annoying. I know. And I apologize for eating the apple, but this is a long stream. I was going to eat my breakfast while I was on here. Name is saying, I want Choi to get just a little too careless so Lex can chew his ass out and give us a little show. Yeah, we'll have to see here. We'll have to see. There's a little bit further down. You might see a dumpster fire about to happen. Not feeling Pascal's answers here. I'm not happy with him either, Stargate. He was low energy. In some ways, he looked like depressed Siakam from last year. I don't know. I don't know if he totally knows what's going on right now. Jason may be right. There may be something still in the works, but I don't think so. I think that we're so set up to go into training camp that we're going the way we are. And I love Siakam. I want him to be on our team long term. In some ways, he's our last champion on our team. Why the fuck do y'all want to erase a championship team 5 years later? The last remaining big, huge piece, the secondary scorer behind Kawhi. No. OG and Boucher both have rings also, but they didn't play. Siakam is the last link to our championship year of 2019, and I do not want to lose that linkage. And that's part of the reason why I overvalue him, and I very much respect and love Siakam. He's probably the most accomplished Raptor in the history of the Raptors in some ways. You can say Kawhi, Finals MVP, whatever. You can start arguing Lowry or DeRozan, but I think Siakam is in some ways the greatest Raptor of all time. And we should not be poo-pooing that. Don't even fucking bring up turncoat Vince Carter. I'll know you're a casual if you start saying Vince Carter's the best Raptor ever. Yeah, I will. Let's see. Fiercely saying Pinserites in the house. Roaches, we need raid. We need some raid. MSJ saying that Jason Choi. Really? It's possible. So call us Pascal homers. It's annoying when people critique others in the most obvious way as a slight. Grow up, perhaps. I think we're overly going at him right now. I don't think he's been too egregious yet. But I say yet. I don't know. I'll give him a chance for that. Cool Cat saying, I love seeing the maturity of Pascal as a veteran and a championship player. Love his responses to the questions. Love the confidence. I love that he mentioned, I am a champion. Because he needs to remind people that forget that Pascal Siakam is a champion. He's an NBA champion. And a lot of people that people put in high esteem, like Jason Tatum, Joel Embiid, all these motherfuckers are not champions. And there's a big difference right there. And that's part of the reason why these idiots down south want him off our team, is because we can say our NBA champion, Pascal Siakam, our franchise player. They can't say that about the Celtics. They can't say that about the Knicks. They can't say that about the Sixers.
So yeah, there you go. That is part of the reason why people like Jason Troy are like, I don't like Siakam. I want him off the team. Is some of those people want him off because he can say he's a champion, and they hate that. They hate that. Let's see. Isaac saying love and the courage and hate to the courage to the haters. It will be okay. Kareem saying there's something today's media day like there's a big black cloud in the room. Pascal doesn't seem as enthusiastic to me. Yeah, there's a bit of that, and the big black cloud is those stupid ass people are facing. Those people are the idiots that are causing a lot of these issues and negativity is the press corps, and they're gaslighting them with some of those questions and the way they're asking them. They're making bullshit up because they need something to write about. Is basically what it is. Kareem, I sense this too. The energy with Masai and Pascal not normal for them in some ways. The other guys, Darko was fine. Gary, really impressed with him. OG showing more and more growth and maturity, and Scottie, a very very fine job on his third media day ever. I thought that he was fine too. Jakob, great too, also. But Siakam and Ujiri, a little worried about both their interviews. Carlos saying, of course, it's a make or break year season. I know. What are you, fucking Nostradamus? We know this shit. It's like these reporters are so stupid. I think Pascal does look bigger. They all do. Jason saying, let's see if he can adapt to being off the ball more. I hope he can. I think he will. He's a team player. He did it before earlier in his career. I really do think, Jason, that Nick was pushing him to do that and really making him the focal point very, very heavily in some ways. In some ways, it was successful and smart, but in some ways, it absolutely was stupid and not a good idea. Jason's comments are not off point, y'all. He's not totally a Pascal hater. He's bringing up good points. So I don't have any problem with him so far. Carlos saying a lot will happen based on the season. Yep. And Stargate saying, okay, better answer, Pascal. Cool, win. I like that. MSJ saying JC is a short guy who thinks he can shoot while wide open in the driveway, but really he has never had a chance on the court with real players. That's my obvious slight. Hope you enjoyed it, JC. I don't know why you're going after him, MSJ. In some ways, I want to give you a strike for not being friendly to new people. So I don't mark strikes. So Chris, you're just getting one strike, just to be like, you don't bully new people that come in here, especially when I really don't think there's anything wrong here. And it's like Jason saying, this is why you can't talk to Pascal homers. You can talk to me. I apologize for my chat being like this. And if you're still in the chat with us, I don't think you probably are. Hopefully you'll hear what I'm saying to your chat comments, because honestly, I don't like what MSJ is saying. That that's not nice, MSJ. In fact, that's not cool at all in some ways. Fiercey saying agreed at Kareem. The mood has been off so far. Hoping Scottie brightens up the atmosphere, and OG for sure. Yeah, let's see. Jason saying self-inflicted, bro. There's a reason Pascal's extension has not been discussed. Well, they did discuss it. They brought it up and they asked Siakam, and he said, I don't deal with this. I deal with basketball related activities with me. I have a management group that deals with this. In some ways, it's annoying to him. He doesn't like this talk. And that's why we hate the press. That's why he gave a side eye to Michael Grange when he started talking to him, because he's part of the problem, bringing up the extension over and over again. Siakam did not say that he's going to do anything with his extension now because it doesn't make any sense for him to. I mean, why can't people just be smart and intelligent and understand? He makes more money if he gets all NBA this year. So he has to play this year before he tries and signs his extension. It's all very logical and makes sense. But some reason, either the media or some fans just can't fucking understand that. Are y'all just dense or stupid, Michael Grange? He's not going to sign his extension now because he's trying to go all NBA so he can sign the Supermax. Hello? Is it that hard to figure out? Carlos saying same could have been said of OG and Gary, but that's not true with them. They're not on the level that Siakam is. He's not in you have to get a certain amount of all NBA before. It's not like OG and Gary can just jump up to Supermax level all of a sudden. They're not. That's why their extensions could be done now, and it would make sense. In fact, Gary said they are talking to him and his people right now. And who knows, you may hear in the next couple days an extension was done with Gary Trent Jr. You may hear in the next couple days an extension was done with OG Anunoby. So let's not get our panties all in a bunch over nothing before we have to. Fiercely saying, the fuck with some of these questions are embarrassing. I know they really are. We got to get better people down there. Jake could run circles around these people. MSJ saying, I know that fun guy. I was just bugging, and I hope Pascal stays, and I feel that he will, but I won't start into contract talk stays before the season. Leave it to Masai and be a fan. Yeah, MSJ, I'm not cool with your attacking Jason just now. That's not cool at all, what you just did. Cool Cat saying, love that Pascal is avoiding talking about contracts and anything controversial. These dudes really do have job titles, and that's playing basketball and trying to win for the Raptors. And they're not trying to get out of their job title and go and answer questions that are for their agent or the GM or stuff like that. Just because y'all care about that shit, they're like us. I want to care about basketball. I don't give a shit about trades. I don't give a shit about contracts. I don't give a shit about salary caps. I don't give a shit about all the made up stress and fear that the press brings out of those kind of things. I care about basketball. I care about Samson Folk questions about X's and O's. I care about hearing what Darko's going to do with our system and how it's going to be different from Nick Nurse. I don't give a shit about extensions. I don't give a shit about trade talk. We've heard OG say he's very happy in Toronto. He wants to stay here. And why can't y'all just listen to him instead of making rumors of bullshit? Is what I'm saying right now. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Pascal looks great. I like the afro he has. Yeah, it looked pretty good, Country Kong. I agree with that. Carlos saying, can anyone translate them French questions? I kind of could understand them mostly. They're mostly asking about differences in the system and how his summer went when he was in France is kind of what they were asking Siakam. G saying there's an entire channel dedicated to Scottie putting down other players, making low light videos, but we are homers for standing by our guy. Let's not be hypocrites here and just respect each other. Boom. G hits the dynamite right in the face right there. A low lit man sitting in a dark room with his porn hub search on the screen by accident all of a sudden in his content. We know who we're talking about here. Yeah, there we go. Facts, G. That's right. Carlo knows who we're talking about. Fiercely saying, wow, the French reporter asked Siakam if he indeed said he didn't want to be traded and he wouldn't play if he was, and he denied it. He said he never spoke to the media about that. That's interesting. So that was a made up story. That's the same kind of question somebody asked him to say. The New York Times said that. He said, no, I didn't say that. That's interesting because we did have a story this summer say where Siakam said, if you trade me to somewhere else, I won't sign an extension with them or something. You think that this may be manufactured somewhere else to hurt his trade value? Because that's what everybody was saying at that time. Siakam's hurting his trade value. Maybe they saw what Lillard did and they're trying to do a mini thing with Siakam, but they couldn't really do it because he didn't really have a trade demand. So they're just saying, oh, well, if I get traded somewhere, I won't sign an extension with them. That's really fucked up and weird. That's what I'm telling you. There's so much confusing bullshit out there that if Siakam didn't actually say that and he's denying that he said that, thanks for the French translation, fiercely. I remember you do speak French. That's right. Fun guy saying, MSJ, Jason did not ask to be 5'5". You should understand it hurts him deeply and has to project those insecurities on others. Y'all, no reason. Let's not target Jason. Seriously, he's all right guy. I don't see any problem with him. Seriously, guys. Isaac saying, dude's under contract. Leave him alone. Yep. Fiercely saying at Carlo, couldn't translate the other questions as I was typing. My bad. It's all good. Jason said, wow, I'm not even hating on Pascal, but it's got to be weird that Masai has not even reached out to extend an all NBA talent. They're not saying anything. This is the thing, Jason. They don't talk about it publicly. In some ways, Masai's not going to talk about whether he's done extension talks with people or not. They just don't do that. That's the way Bobby and Masai act. They keep everything quiet. If it's any kind of like thing where other teams know about it, they can get an advantage from it. They don't say anything. And that's why these press guys fill in the blanks and they cause all kinds of trouble for us. Now, Gary has said specifically his people are talking about extensions with them. Once again, I don't understand why people can't understand that Siakam's not going to sign an extension now. He's going to try and go for all NBA for the whole entire season. So this has nothing to do with whether Masai's reached out to him. It has nothing to do with anything other than Siakam wants to still go for the Supermax. Fiercely saying these questions are repetitive and garbage. I agree. Fun guy saying not weird at all when his extension revolves around making another all NBA, but good try. Exactly. Just said that. G saying because Pascal will qualify for a Supermax if he makes all NBA. This is nothing new. Jaylen Brown just did the exact same thing. This is so simple. I don't know why the media is so dumb, honestly. MSJ saying, oh my God, I was illustrating for him that it's wrong to do so. He comes in all about Pascal homerism as if I can help. But to like Pascal as a fan, I was deeply hurt, and I'm sure he will be fine. Yeah, it's all good. Listen, Chris, just lay off of Jason. Let other people talk to him like me. And you don't need to be involved in this because you've already kind of overstepped in the wrong direction. Carlos saying, haha, yaha, 100% MSJ. Isaac saying, Jesus, Grange, what is that? Grange is Edward Rogers' plant. He's a direct employee of Ted Rogers. He's a Sportsnet employee of Rogers. He works for Rogers Sportsnet. He is Rogers' voice in that press room right now. That's who he is. G saying, regardless why people are so focused on the contract, not the team, direction in the game, we have zero control over contracts. I know. The press should be talking more basketball, more team-related stuff than actual like contract and front office stuff. I think it's ridiculous. Country Kong saying, not a huge fan of that response though. Yeah. Choice saying, usually because you offer a contract to your star player, even if he rejects it. They have probably offered him contracts. They don't. What are they supposed to do, Jason? Are they supposed to offer him the contract, get rejected for it, and then put it out publicly that happened? They could have easily been offering Fred contracts last year. Fred actually told us that he lied last year. He said last year that they never offered him an extension. He lied because just in the last 2 weeks, he said that, yeah, they offered me an extension at the beginning of the year last year, and I rejected it. So you can't believe anything from the press. I will believe it from Pascal's mouth. I'll believe it from OG's mouth, Gary's mouth, even though Fred lied last year. And but Masai and Bobby aren't going to tell us because it doesn't help the team and what they're trying to do by telling them every move. If they say, "Oh yeah, we sent an offer to Gary and his team rejected it," how does that help the Raptors? They're being good general managers by not airing all of our business. I don't understand how you guys can't understand this. Seriously, this isn't a whole realm of basketball that was never in the public in the history of basketball. This is so new in the last couple of years. It's an over analyzation of front office shit by the media at this point, and the fans are just collecting it up because of social media and making it worse. Carlos saying age of armchair GMs and people can't take uncertainty. I know you guys are so scared in your lives. You can't take just letting life happen and letting it unfold in the way it's supposed to. You have to have concrete things now. Oh my gosh, that's a luxury for a lot of people. Most people live in their lives with not knowing exactly how things are going to go, and they just hope and pray good things happen. So yeah, I'm sorry we can't give you concrete answers on some of these stupid ass questions, media or Jason Cho. Yeah, there you go. Jason saying the action of offering an extension is the key. Well, Jason, what if I told you I can tell you for sure our front office is not lazy. They're not like ignoring these guys. They're giving these extension offers. It's just that we're not publicly showing them to everyone. And that's just how you smart to run a GM office for an NBA team. So can you understand my scenario that I just explained to you? Is that logically enough for you to understand these guys are getting offered extensions? It's just that we're not putting our business on blast. I mean, seriously. Seriously. Carlos saying age of armchair GMs. Yeah, I just said that. Cool Cat saying, haha, I love how Pascal handled the media. Hang on. Whoa, it jumped way ahead. It's like way, way ahead. All right, let's see. We'll get back to Cool Cat is the next chat place. And even if they're done for the day, I'm going to go through all these because I want to make sure I get everything. Everything. All right, where is Cool Cat with a big chunk? I want to make sure that I get every single one. Seriously. And it seems like there's a lot of infighting here in some ways. If Jason gets on our nerves, I will kick him out, guys. I will ban him from the channel if he is too contrarian and weird in what he's doing. But yeah. All right, here we go. Cool Cat saying, hi, I love how Pascal handled the media. They tried to trap him, and he's not giving them anything. Pascal said he pays people to the Bucks to handle things so he doesn't have to. I love it. That's the right answer. It's not in his job description. Just like GM moves isn't his job description last year. He's not his own agent. He worries about getting better as a basketball player and getting wins. Carlos saying, not when you have a new system, Jason. That's why this front office is different. They don't act to be safe. And G saying, do we even know that's what happened? Is there someone leaking all this information, or is it just the media using anything for clickbaits? I believe very little from the media at this point, to be honest. I know in some ways you got to just believe what you see with your eyes at this point. Let's see what they do on the court. Let's watch them play. Let's give them a chance. The season hasn't even started, and people are already making decisions about what's going on. Jason said, do you even watch Masai talk either? We saw a good portion of it. We missed the very beginning, though. And I'll go back and watch that later. We did watch it. Yes, we did. MSJ saying, yep, you got it, Carlo. And I wish it would stop. Raptors Digest has pissed me off about such stuff now. All the trade videos. Just stop the contract stuff and start the season. My God. Yeah, can we focus on the sport of the game, of playing the basketball, just like Siakam, Gary, and OG want to? Can we just do that, please? Seriously. Carlos saying, Jason's trying so hard to be negative is funny. HC saying Pascal was asked about the rumor that he would never resign if traded, and he said he didn't say that in the French question. Yeah, that's interesting to me. So that was a rumor that was pro that I liked that actually isn't true. In some ways, I'm sad about that with Siakam, but I also understand that in some ways he does have an allegiance to us that people aren't understanding. So we've talked about this a lot lately. The reasons why Siakam would have loyalty to Toronto, I think that's still the case. But in some ways, he doesn't want to be like Lillard and get in trouble for like trying to force his destiny. So I think that's part of the reason why he said he didn't say that. Is he doesn't want to have any kind of Lillard bullshit where he's like him and his agent are trying to force shit. So in some ways, that comment that was made in the press that he did not take a responsibility for today, it's good in a way, because in some ways he doesn't need to be doing that kind of action because it's not healthy in certain ways. And thank you, HC and Fiercey, for translating. Carlos saying, I honestly like the approach this front office is taking on the extension talk. Perform with your new system and you'll get your extension. Boom. Yeah, you want to get it? Well, go be badass, be all NBA. Boom, you get your super max. There you go. Country Con saying, I have to say my piece. I don't like when star players talk about roles, particularly in response to the question of selfishness. To me, it's deflecting and reminds me of how Fred used to talk. Yeah, in some ways, I worry about that too, in some ways too. You know, there is a certain level of ego that every single NBA player has to deal with to a certain extent. And hopefully it won't be too bad. Jason saying, I mean, it's clear that Masai was not cool with selfish play. The starters playing most of the minutes. Certain players on the team play for stats. It's obvious. Once again, Jason's being fair. In some ways, listen, I know we're homers for the team, but Jason's not saying anything wrong here. His points are valid. And in some ways, I don't see him as being a negative person like you guys are right now. In some ways, he may not be the biggest Pascal fan, but in some ways, he's not being egregiously wrong or demoralizing or putting down the team for no reason. He cares about the team, I can tell. And from what he's saying, this is fair to say. Carlos saying, haha, who would be okay with selfishness? As some people, you'd be surprised. Well, Nick was okay with selfishness. Let's just use him as an example. He was okay with it. Yeah, guys, let's not attack Jason just because he's not totally the norm of what we are on this channel. G saying they have more leverage if they sign Pascal on a contract. If they wanted to trade him, it adds value being on a contract. Trading now would be selling very low. So this theory makes no sense to me. Yeah. And in some ways, it's in Siakam's best interest if he doesn't want to play for the Raptors next summer to do a sign and trade. So either way, we're not going to lose out completely on him like people have said about Fred this summer. Fun guy saying, does Lex understand French? Because he didn't seem curious of the French questions if he already understood them. You know what? I did understand French. I do understand French. I don't know how to speak it very well. And there are certain verbs and nouns that they were saying that I did understand. So yeah, I was deciphering some of what they were saying. Not as clearly as HC and Fiercey, but I do know French. Yeah, Jason's saying Siakam has to weigh how he will do in a new system. It's a risk on his part because he who knows how it impacts his overall all NBA pursuit if he gets less touches or has less ISO opportunities. That is something he's probably is a little worried about. And this once again, Jason's being fair. I'm not upset with Jason, guys. You know, in some ways, this is probably something. Well, he's been away from the team. He didn't know exactly how things were going to go. And now he's coming kind of back later than the other guys. He has to catch up with Darko. He has to catch up and really get it through what Darko's going to use him for. As Siakam also said in the interview, he understands that the best players on the team will get their touches and shots no matter what. So he's not afraid. He has confidence in his skills. He's still going to be a main player on the team. If his role shrinks a little bit offensively, like Jason said, his points go down, his other stats should look good. And in some ways, that may get him an All-NBA faster anyway. You play more team game, you have more success, your team wins, you get more looks for All-NBA. Part of the thing that hurt him for All-NBA last year was our team didn't play well together, didn't do well in the win-loss column, and then he didn't get as much shine for that. So it is in his best interest to conform to Darko's new team system, because even if his stats aren't exactly like under Nick, he'll get more winning and more shine that way. He will more likely get an All-NBA. So it's not like his selfish want to get All-NBA is tied up in just him being selfish. The team has to be successful also for him to have a better chance to get All-NBA. And he knows that. He knows that. G saying Dame on a contract got a haul. Dame on an expiring contract would have gotten much less. He would be a rental, and due to salary matching his big contract, Blazers got more. There you go. His rabble-rousing saying, I don't want to be here anymore, force a trade. Well, it helped the Blazers get more because he had a lot of years on his contract in some ways. That's very true. Carlos saying 100% false. Jason, if you know basketball, easy plays will easily add to his averages, thus better for his career. If Siakam's assists go up and his points go down, that's a good thing. If Siakam has more rebounds and he's playing better defense, that's a good thing, because partly that means he's not tiring himself off so much carrying us on his shoulders by himself. And Nick told him to do that. Don't think that Siakam does that because he's selfish and that's just the normal way he plays. He's under the direction of his coach and he's doing what his coach tells him. So if Darko tells him to do something different this year, if it's not totally normal to him, he'll do it and he'll be ready to adjust. I really do believe that. Yeah, Carlos got Gary Trent Jr. on the screen. I love that. And Wayne's saying, what, Jamaica, dude? You really don't like them. They wouldn't survive a week. What? Jamaica, dude? All right, let's see. Country Kong saying Gary looks like he's ready to get buckets. Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Those diamonds were shining, just like hopefully his star is shining this year on my fantasy team. That's right. Carlos saying Grange with extension question again. Grange really pushing his narratives. Ted Rogers narratives. Carlos saying so many storylines this season is going to be fun. I like that. Jason saying, Carlo, you are wrong. His points are predicated on ISO touches. The ball will be moved and other players will get more opportunities to score. It will impact his stats and touches. Well, in theory, if the ball's moving around, it will still land on him from time to time. It may not be just totally collected and going down his lane like the isolation play, but I think that he's going to get a lot of scores still. He's going to find his way. In some ways, he's still one of our best scorer on our team. And Darko would be stupid not to go to that well more often than the other guys. So, yeah, I can expect his stats to go down a little bit, Jason, but nothing drastic. Don't act like he's going to crash into being a role player all of a sudden. He's still a franchise player. He's still going to get the brunt of the offensive load. It's just it may be carried more equally with the other guys in certain ways. Stargate saying these guys have been pumping some iron. That's for damn sure. They all look at buff. Like these dudes were like, go to Austria and, learn from Hans and Franz and Dana Carvey and Kevin Nealon, and they will pump you up. Yeah. Jason saying, I think Pascal will be a better balanced player from this, but how it impacts the All-NBA is another issue. Well, I did describe just a couple questions ago how it could actually help him. So let's not get it twisted. In some ways, he may have more opportunities at the free throw line if he's playing more off ball. In some ways, him playing isolation, they know he's trying to force getting fouls. They don't bail him out. They let him get the contact, and he doesn't get anything but a yell and scream, ah, and then he doesn't get a call. So this year, hopefully, maybe if they're throwing the ball to him, he's cutting, and somebody gets to him late as a defender, he's going to the line more, and maybe his scoring does go up because he's getting easier points because he's getting more free throw respect is what I'm saying. There's a couple of different ways this can go, Jason. It doesn't necessarily mean his scoring average is going to go down a lot. Trust me, he could find different ways to score still in Darko's system, even if he's not being isolated over and over again. Country Kong saying communication is everything. Most people just need a little validation. Everything Gary likes about Darko where thinks Nurse was lacking. That was really telling what Gary said in that moment when he said, I have never had a coach in the whole time I've been in the NBA. And this very few times, we haven't even played any games yet. And this coach has talked to me more about my life and getting to know me than any coach I've ever had in the NBA. That's huge. That's huge. When Gary said that, I was like, Darko is walking the walk that he's talking. He said he wants to know these guys and get to know them as people, make them feel like superstars, like they can run through a brick wall. Well, he's going and empowering them by saying that he cares and he wants to know who they are. And Gary very much showed that he was successful in doing that with him. I love that. I love that so much. G saying Pascal only took the 19th most shots in the league. People are acting like he was top 5 in shot attempts and will have to take less. We probably will have to take less, G. We got to be serious here. If it's going to be more egalitarian, more altruistic, more democratic, like Jason's saying, this is probably likely. He is probably going to take less shots, and his scoring average may go down a bit. That's not going to mean that he's any worse. In fact, he could be a way better player, and that's why he's all NBA. Because his stats are really good across the board, even more so because he's not so focused on carrying us offensively. So we'll have to see. Carlos saying, laugh out loud, ISO players on bad teams are looked down upon in the NBA. What really shine is winning. A better system equals more winning. That's why showing you your basketball is so funny. Carlos is exactly right. He's echoing the points I've been trying to make about this. If you're on a winning team and you're the top player on the team, you're more likely to get all-NBA shine than being an isolation-heavy guy on a shitty team. And Carlo's exactly right there. Yeah. Jason Choice saying 19th point shot is a lot. It is. That's very true. Once again, Jason's there's no cap in what Jason's saying, guys. And he has not put down Siakam, really. He's just talking about with Darko and what he's saying. Siakam's going to have to change some things about what he did last year. And that's all fair. That's all very fair. Carlos saying Jason's trying to so bad to add his negative spin on media day. So funny. Well, I don't think he's being negative. I think he's being a realist. And once again, there's levels to this, guys. We can't just say anybody who says something negative about the Raptors is wrong or bad. We have to be fair. And in some ways, Jason's towing that line. He's fine. I have no problem with what he's saying, guys. G saying teams have multiple players to take more shots than Pascal each. It depends. It depends on the team. Some teams do. You're right. Like the Bucks will have that this year. That's for sure. Jason saying, I'm just speaking facts, man. Quality shots matter too, not just the number. See, once again, I'm on Jason's side, y'all. He's right. In some ways, Siakam forced shots that were not the right shot. And this is what we're talking about. And Darko said himself that double comes, somebody's open somewhere else. And Siakam may have tried to force it through the double team at times last year. And I totally disagreed with that last year. So I'm totally with Darko and what he's saying. And Siakam's going to have to just do this. If he's recognizing a double's coming, he's got to pass that ball out quick and keep the ball moving. That 0.5 second rule is going to be very important this year. And Siakam has to follow it just like the other guys. He does. In some ways, guys, you guys are, I'm going with Jason on this, y'all. I'm serious. I hope Jason's still around. You can see that his comments are getting redeemed by me when I read them. Because, like, honestly, nothing he said has been wrong yet. I can't give him a strike. Even though he kind of started negative, he showed that, but he's got good points, and I have no problem with him. Gary seems like he's in a really good place. Country Kong's noticing that, too. Yeah, I believe that, too. Fiercely saying, yes, Gary. Gary looks good. Basic Training Day saying 19 shots in the top 3% of the league. Yeah, okay. Tom Duke saying 19 most is lower than I would want. Pascal is awesome. You know, I don't want him to shoot more than that. I like a democratic system. I want Scottie to take more shots. I want OG to take more shots. I want Grady to get some shots. I want Gary. You know, I want these guys to all get shots. And in some ways, lessening the load on Siakam's a good idea. Jason's saying, do you know the difference between a good shot and a bad shot? Yes, I do. And some of the shots that Siakam's taking are bad. And Jason is right. Once again, y'all. G saying Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum take more shots each. But I see you guys saying Brown is better. Trying to have it both ways. All these players you guys want to take more shots makes no sense. No, I see what Jason's trying to say. He wants it to be more equal, and that's exactly what Darko's saying. So Scottie goes up from 15 points per game to closer to 20. I'm not going to be upset about that. If OG is more of a focal point on the offense and at times other than Siakam, and Siakam's out there also, I'm not upset about that. Because in some ways, they're allowing Siakam to catch his breath. And at the end of the game, maybe he can play better on defense and not just have to worry about trying to be the clutch guy carrying us all the way. In fact, like Scottie said, the conditioning is good for these guys to have better because they need to rise above everything at the end of the game. And Siakam and Fred were tired out by Nick every single game this past year, and they couldn't do jack shit in the last 5 minutes. That's why we had no clutch and closing out of games because they were absolutely tired. So the way you get Jason saying this, the way to get Pascal to be less tired is stop relying on him so much. And I completely agree with him on this. I do. Let's see. Monique's getting scary Gary 100%. I like that. And Carlos saying that Pascal will value more ISO shots and a better system shot down your credibility with facts. Now, see, I'll agree with Carlo on this one too. Siakam it's not his ego that makes him do isolation. Sure, he does a lot of isolation. And it seemed like it's part of his game that's like really important, but that's not true. He's been a player that's played off the ball and done different things in different times of his career also. Now, if we need him to be an isolation player to try to take it home for us, that may be good. But if he's not doing isolation for all 4 quarters and we have him do a takeover isolation play at the end and he has better energy to him, he is more likely to be successful making that last second shot when we win at the end of the game. So I agree with Carlo also. I can agree with both sides. Because you guys have good points on both sides. Training Day saying, so he's taking more shots than 97% of the league, basically. And I have no problem with that. He's one of the best offensive players in the league. That's not a stat that bugs me. Country Kong saying, Gary is all about communication. Forget counting how many times we hear win. That was Nick Nurse's vibe. Darko's all about communication and togetherness. Togetherness, communicating, playing for each other. These are very, very much the pillars that Darko's building off of. G saying Pascal is a first option. What do you guys want? Take as much as bench players? Exactly, Tom saying. Siakam's still the first option. He's the most polished offensive player on our team. He's the closest thing to our franchise player right now, but that could change over the course of this season. If Scottie's ready to dominate, like he said just now, well, we could see Scottie come up real quick and become the quote-unquote franchise player on our team. in some ways more so than Siakam. And that's not a slight to Siakam. It's just the natural progression of growth in careers and different things. Siakam's had his time to shine for a few years between Kawhi and Scottie, and he's been the man absolutely for us. And he will still continue to be one of the man for our team. But in some ways, Scottie may bypass him as the franchise player of the season. And I'm not upset about that. And I don't think Siakam, maybe he's afraid of that in some levels, but he shouldn't be. He should want Scott to be successful because the more Scott gets better, the more likely we will win and the more likely we'll get another championship. So Jason saying, I'm not even dissing Pascal. See, I don't see you as dissing him, Jason. I agree. His shot diet will change. It's what the new coach wants. The offense will be more distributed. That is all. It will impact his points per game. You know what? I don't know Jason Chow. And you guys have been unfairly and in some ways racist towards him. And I'm not about that. So, Jason, you're getting a dunk from me. I want to show that we are a welcoming channel and that even if people disagree with us, we're not going to run them out like this, y'all. Seriously, Jason's got a smart opinion on this, and he's not wrong. I'm sorry, y'all. Basic Training Day saying I just expect them to at least make the playoffs, especially with the home play-in game. Yeah, I don't want them to have any play-in games. I want them to be straight up 6 seed or higher. We don't need to mess around with the play-in at all. Jason's saying maybe a 7th or 8th seed is my guess. Yeah, see, I'm aiming a little higher than that. I think that we'll get 6 at least. Hopefully, we can get between 4 and 6. If we get the 4th seed and we have home court in the first round and one of the top 4 teams in the East, don't be surprised if that happens. The East is in more disarray than people think. I don't think Boston got better. I don't believe this hype. I think in some ways Milwaukee might be worse too than they were last year with their best record in the NBA. They're going to realize Drew Holiday was a very important part. And in some ways, Lillard is not the add up to that in that way. There's going to be a different look in Milwaukee completely. And same for Celtics. So they can't just pencil in these guys to be the top teams in the East. In some ways, it's open for teams like Toronto, Atlanta, New York, Orlando to get better all of a sudden and come up and mess up the status quo of the Eastern Conference. So I don't believe in the Celtics. I really don't. They're fake. They are not as good as they were last year with what they've done this offseason. And their coach is a sham. And he's going to be exposed this season. And it's going to make their season go to shit. Remember the Raptor Freak said this. Coach Joe Mazzulla is not a good coach. And Celtics fans are going to be more and more upset with him as the season goes on. And they're going to want him fired by the end of the year because they're going to either want Sam Cassell or Charles Lee coaching their team instead. I'm going to predict that right now. And you're going to remember you heard it from me first when it happens. That's right. Let's see. Basic Training saying Pascal would be a perfect second option. I won't disagree with that. And it's already been proven. He was a perfect second option for our championship year when we won in 2019. So I won't disagree with that totally. In some ways, he's been our first option because he's had to be. But he doesn't, it isn't totally a comfortable role for him. Jason's saying, did you guys even watch the coach speak? The ball will be moving far more. I did. And that's why I'm listening and I'm agreeing with you. I don't know why they're all piling on you. Sometimes we get a mob mentality in here. In some ways, we're very protective of people in the Raptors organization because there is so much negative noise out there. Forgive them, please. They mean well. And in some ways, they know what they're talking about. It's just that in some ways, they're reacting with their emotions against you, Jason. G saying, so maybe players should step up and help. Didn't Brown help Jason when he had the most turnovers in playoff history? You talk about team ball, but point the fingers at individual players. I don't know if these guys are actually pointing fingers at anybody. Basic Training saying it's unfortunate the Raptors don't have another guy capable of being a first option on a contending team. That's not true, Basic Training Day. And I'll give you a strike for not recognizing this young man for that. Because I think he did say the word, he's ready to dominate this league. And from what I saw at Rico Hines runs, there's some new tricks in his bag and there's a new confidence. And this young man's maturing. In some ways, he's like a rookie, a sophomore. We have 1 year at FSU. So in some ways, he's just in his senior year of university. So, yeah, he's ready to come and dominate. So Basic Training, come check with me a little bit down the road, and let's see if Scottie's that number one option that you can vision. Yeah. Carlos saying, laugh out loud. So somehow moving the ball more is detrimental to Scottie. This guy's funny. Well, it's detrimental to his overall scoring stats, but it may be very helpful to his stats overall. So I can play both sides of the fence here. I see what Jason's point is, but I agree with you, Carlo. His stats could be better this year just because it's more of a team game. Jason saying, you do know Pascal scored a lot of his points with ISO possessions. We do know that, and this has got to change this year. Yes. Country Conk saying, oh, Scottie, a point guard. Good question. Yeah, you notice that the whole Scottie at point guard thing was handled very selectively today. Darko did it on Jake's takes also. He's basically saying he wants Scottie to score. He wants him to have the ball. He doesn't want him necessarily be distributor. And it's going to be everybody's passing every which way. And Scottie will get assists and he will be able to play make. But we do want him to be selfish. And in some ways, we do want him to grow into being the number one option and the franchise player this year. So I'm all about that. Yeah. Jason's saying he's going to need to be an off-ball threat. That is a change that he needs to make. Let's see what he can do. I agree with Jason once again. Everything he said, I've not disagreed with. He's being very fair. In some ways, we do need Siakam to hang out in the corner like OG might have in past seasons and be ready to catch that ball and hit that three in some cases. He needs to be able to do everything. He can't just beat them over the head with the isolation play over and over again. That was Nick's playbook. That is definitely not Darko's playbook. And that may be the biggest difference between Darko and Nick. Is that Nick was so ISO heavy. Well, Darko is anti-ISO, and I love that about Darko. I really, really do. Carlos saying because he needed to with the new system, Pascal's life will be so much better. See, Carlo can see how Pascal can fit in with the new system, even if he's not the main focal isolation point like Jason is pointing out he can't be under Darko. And Carlos sees success in him fitting in with it also at the same time. We can make this work. Trust me. G saying, you do know when we had Kawhi and he had less ISO plays, his true shooting was almost 70% elite numbers. So maybe this style is actually good for him. Exactly. I don't think Jason's disagreeing with you on that. In fact, he probably wants this to happen for him too. He may not like Pascal so much, but he's understanding that exactly he could be more efficient and better if he has less of a workload. Jason saying his Kawhi skill set allows him to do that. He's a 3-point and a mid-range threat. You know, Siakam's getting more of a 3-point shot, and he's definitely a mid-range threat at this point. Siakam has a way better mid-range at this point. He's more money from around there. The 3-point shot could be better, and he's worked on it every year. And it could be that him and Scott are way better 3-point shooters this year, and that is part of the reason why we're all of a sudden so much more better, is that they consistently hit their threes way better than they have. And they got better last year on the down low. They were better last year than they were the year when we lost to Philadelphia at the end of the year. They are going to be better, even better this year. I know Scott for sure is going to be a better 3-point shooter this year. They left him way too much, and that was an Achilles heel for us. They could double down on our guys because they didn't give Scott respect. Well, this year they better give him respect because he's nailing them. He's squaring his shot. He's shooting with better fundamentals now, and he's going to be making those threes this time. And I expect the same from Siakam. You know, a lot of the highlights of him in Austria working out and a lot of things he was doing this summer were 3-pointers. He was shooting a lot of long shots. So I could see Siakam and Scottie improving with the 3-shot, and that being a big reason why the Raptors are better this year. G saying, I got 30% from 3 when we had Kawhi. His numbers are better when the ball moves. Yeah. And can he shoot on the catch? That's the thing. I want to see Siakam move on the cut and get caught by Scottie on a cut to the basket. All of a sudden, he has an easy jam where he's throwing it down. You know, Dennis Schroeder throwing a lob to Siakam will be a lot easier for him to score than him trying to back them down and beat them all by himself. Seriously, that's what we're all about this time. Is Jason's right. In some ways, Jason is very right here, guys. We shouldn't be giving him friction or pushing back on him. Stargate saying, Daddy taught him how to deal with these media guys well. Carlos saying, looks like Gary will thrive with Darko. I think he's excited about it. I think he likes Darko a lot. G saying, I'm giving you actual stats. You guys just want to be right. Cool. Pascal had elite numbers when the ball was moving more. There you go. I think you're coming at the same place. Once again, Jason and G are not on different teams. You guys are on the same team. You're coming to the same conclusions. It's just you're coming from opposite directions. And that's why it seems y'all are at odds. Jason's fine with me. Seriously. Jason, I hope you'll continue to come and see us. And hopefully they'll be nicer to you. You didn't deserve all this today. Seriously, you didn't. Basic Training Day saying, that's my point, G. Pascal thrives as a second option. See, even the people that are kind of dissing Siakam here, they're not directly dissing him. They want what's best for our team. That's what matters here. Cowboys saying, good job to Gary. I like that. Jason saying, anyone that is a shooter on this team will thrive with Darko. The ball will be moving. OG and Gary especially. I like this. I like this prediction from Jason. In fact, once again, I'm going to give him another dunk just as a goodwill tour because I really don't like how y'all treated him. Seriously, that's not cool. It's not cool. Carlos saying Pascal will thrive with new system. He's basically playing on hard mode with all that ISO. See, y'all are lining up now. Like Carlo, your comments go with what Jason's saying, and y'all aren't at odds. And even Basic Training, the same thing. Pascal being a high volume shooter doesn't lead to team success. That is something that people were pointing out last year. And in some ways, I don't disagree with them. And it's really because of how tired he is to try and close us out. If you're going to have your best scorer get so tired in the first 3 quarters of the game, don't expect them to carry you home in the 4th quarter. And that's what happened with Siakam. Well, I'm going to guess that Schroeder is not going to make it here on time. Maybe he's stuck in customs at Pearson. I don't know. They're saying it's going to resume shortly. We'll see if they come back. If not, I don't mind going long. I'll go through all the comments. Don't write any more new comments. Don't try and respond to me. Unless you're Jason and you're still here, I want you to know that I apologize for how my streams treated you. Seriously. Let's see. Isaac saying, Jason, you know what else Pascal has done? Increase the assist each year, and that's winning. See, that's a fair point, and I like that. Listen, high volume. Jason's saying last year was winning. Even that brand of ball the year before was not good. I'd love to see Pascal in the new system. If he can improve his 3 and mid-range, that would be great. Yeah, I want to see all that too. Last year was winning to a degree. In some ways, look at it this way, Jason. A team with that much dysfunction on the down low, with players not connecting and not doing that, we got a 500 record just purely on our talent and how badass our team is. If you think about it, if our team was not playing as a team last year and we still had a 500 record, I call that winning. Seriously. In some ways, people will say the Tampa season was not winning. It's a fail. No, we sailed our ship through a really bad situation that nobody has to deal with, and we still kind of came through it unscathed. In fact, we got Scottie out of it. So even when people say, oh, last year was an unsuccessful year, losing to Philadelphia the way we did the year before was unsuccessful, losing in Tampa was unsuccessful, I bullshit. There's different levels of success, and it's all how you gauge it for how the terrain of what you got to play. And sometimes on a golf course, you'll play a par 5, and there's a way more sand traps, and it's harder to play. You may get a couple extra strokes. And that's what I'm trying to say. Par for the course last year was tough. And I think we got par getting to 500, considering the dumpster fire that we were on the down low behind the scenes. So I can say that's winning, because in some ways we're so spoiled with Raptor Nation because of the championship that everybody expects certain things. Winning can be at different levels of percentage, and they can be with losing percentages. You could still be winning, especially when you sail your franchise ship through an Amalie arena in a home court situation is really a road situation for a whole entire year during a pandemic, away from your fan base. Yeah. And they managed to have this little of damage afterwards, and we're still a contender around in the middle of the pack. That's pretty damn good, honestly. So I do call that winning. I very much do call that winning. Even if the brand of basketball wasn't good, well, that's Nick's fault. He's gone. Carlos saying that's what this year will be all about, winning. Let's just get better. We want to show progress. That's the most important thing. Obviously, we're probably not contending for a championship this year. So, Raptors fans, be happy if we have success. And let's enjoy the process. Let's enjoy the journey through success and failure. Yeah. Carlos saying cutting screens and assists. And Stargate saying OG's stronger. God help us. They all look stronger, didn't they? Holy crap. Tom Duke saying OG's going to be funny, I predict. Walks on beaches, reading books. No, he was actually very unawkward. He was very matter of fact, well-spoken. He didn't fall into it. I hate that she asked that question about her summer. In some ways, he doesn't like those questions. It's like when Amy Audibert asked him, what did you like about your visit to Texas? That came from left field. OG's not thinking about that. He's thinking about basketball stuff. His private life is his private life. And y'all asking him about, well, did you read any good books? What did you do this summer? Did you go on walks? And he's like, it's not that he's dumb. It's just that he's not prepared to answer these questions. And in some ways, he doesn't know what the right answer is. And in some ways, he's like, I don't know how to answer that. I really don't want to answer that. Don't judge him for that. In some ways, you all are throwing him off pitches. And he's not ready for those. It's like A.B. Audibert said, what do you like about Texas, OG? He's like, I don't know what I like about Texas. I'm like, okay, the barbecue. All right, he likes the barbecue. Yeah, don't ask him questions like that. It's silly. Rapslow saying Pascal rearrange is nasty. What are you people talking about? Mid-range? Yeah, his mid-range is nasty. I know his mid-range is nasty. I agree with that. G saying, yes, let's see how this looks. If everyone improves the 3 even slightly, that would be huge. Plus Grady Dick's in the picture. Otto Porter finally plays for us. Yeah, we're going to have more 3-point shooting. Those questions from the media made me laugh. They're like, whoa, you guys were so bad at 3 last year. How are you going to improve? Hello, are you not doing your job? Half of the job for the reporters is to do your fucking research so you have good questions. Why are you coming in there and asking these guys, why do you think you're going to be better shooters this year? I don't know. Masai said, I just drafted the best shooter in the draft, you dumbasses. Why do you think we're going to have better shooting this year? I just drafted a draft, idiots. The press asking that question. Otto he said, yeah, I hope that a player that I got last year will show up this year and help us with the three-point shooting. Yeah, I think that those questions about the shooting were dumb by the press. And it just shows a laziness by those reporters not to just look at what's happening with the team. Grady Dick got drafted. Otto Porter may be healthy this year. Gary Trent, blah, blah, blah. Hello. Raps Love saying, I really do think Precious will take the job he was supposed to last year. I'd love to see leaps from Precious. If he had shown up and sat at that behind there too, we would have seen them big old shoulders on him too. Trust me, these guys are all big. It's crazy what they got going with them. Their diets and workouts in the offseason, they're bringing them back like they're muscle men. Holy crap. Carlos saying spending less energy on ISO will help. It's just a matter of buying in. Yeah, I think he just needs to talk to Darko more and trust him more. And in some ways, him and Darko need to do kind of what like Jakob was saying and OG was saying, that when they talk to Darko, he talks about basketball stuff with them and kind of like gets to know what they like to do and what they're into. So in some ways, it's not like Darko's completely just saying, I'm going to tell you what to do. He's still kind of doing what Nick does, where he kind of looks at what the players are into or like to do and kind of trying to make it fit and work with what he's trying to do with the system. In some ways, they're going to have a philosophical chat about the heavy isolation of last year and how that's not going to be happening this year, Siakam. And we're going to have to cultivate new ways of using you. And I think Carlo's right. He's going to have more success in certain areas other than the scoring because of that. If he's a more well-rounded player with higher stats in other categories, that will get noticed. That will get noticed. Raps Love saying Precious showed us something in that Sixers series. That's right. I want to see him get more. His injury last year really derailed him last year. And in some ways, Precious is ready to make a leap just like Scottie is. Yeah. Stargate loves OG. Carlos saying Precious will get that backup center minutes as we will miss Koloko a bit. Yeah, I think so for sure. And Carlos liking OG's answers. Rapslow saying OG needs to work on balance and handles and he's an all-star. Yeah, I don't know if I really want to go through that learning curve with him. In some ways, the way Darko's setting up our offense, OG doesn't have to change into kind of an isolation attack player. Why do we want him to mimic Pascal when we're trying to get Pascal to stop doing it? So in some ways, OG is probably going to stick to what he's been doing already. In some ways, he'll get more shots and he will be more of a focal point on the offense with Fred gone. But don't expect him to be doing this like dribbling and trying to attack the paint. That's always been a turnover. We know that. So in some ways, I don't want to try and develop OG in that direction that you just described, Raps Love, because it may not be necessary. In some ways, he's better off the ball than having him try and do things with the ball. And we're going away from isolation anyway. So why would we develop OG further in isolation? Kareem saying, wow, y'all see Jimmy Butler's hair from MediaDay? No, I haven't seen it yet, but that sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. Jason's 100% on the balance part for OG. I agree with that too. He's clunky, and sometimes he'll dribble off his foot, and his footwork is really important with OG. It's not that I don't mind him having his hand on the ball, but in some ways he's better off catching and shooting or being a cutter that gets a pass and he dunks it. Those kind of things than him trying to initiate the offensive set. Because in some ways he's not a bad passer. I'm not saying he's a bad passer, but he's not known for it. And we have very good passers around the rest of the team. In some ways he should be like Gary and ends the means, where these guys are at the end of the shot clock hitting the shot instead of trying to find the person to find the shot. They need to be the end of it. Is what I'm saying. Isaac saying, Michael Grange, why would a basketball player be interested in basketball and owning a team? Wow. I know that question was really dumb. He's like, why would you want to own a team? Grange, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like OG was like astounded at that. It's like, wait, why is this a question? It's like, why is this a question? It's so stupid. And Cool Cat saying OG's British accent showing up more today. Laugh out loud. He really goes full on British when he's on the other side of the pond. If you hear OG in the UK in an interview, it's like he's a different person. He has a full-on British accent. And when he's on this continent, he loses it. It's so weird. It is so weird. Cat was saying, let's go, OG. That's right. OG looks bigger too. Yep. OG's all business with his new goatee, Tom Duke. Little evil OG with the evil goatee. Jason saying OG has really evolved to give one sentence. He used to give one sentence response. Yeah. much more evolved. Like, honestly, that's a development curve that we should talk about with players, is the media curve. Pascal, a totally different player in his journey as an NBA player to who he is now, a very mature, very confident, very to himself kind of player there. OG, much more verbose and saying more than just one answer. Same with Gary, it's the same thing. And Scottie, a little more seasoned and savvy at the media podium. Every year he comes back to it. I know that's one area he hates and despises. In fact, on Twitch last week, when we were saying, somebody asked him, "Are you ready for Media Day, Scottie?" And he was like, because he knows he doesn't like those questions. He doesn't like the reporters. He doesn't like that whole aspect. Scottie does not like being interviewed. When you see him do interviews after the game, after a win, he's happy. But most of the time, he does not like being in that interview room, listening to these jabronis ask him questions. He's not into that. Yeah, there's a different aura with Pascal. I'm worried about him to a degree, but also I'm very curious to see how him and Darko connect, because honestly, they're going to have to connect. It could very well be Siakam expected to trade this summer, like some people in this chat have, and it didn't happen. And now he's like, okay, I got to put in the work to get to know my new coach and see how he wants to use me. Yeah, Carlos saying OG looks like he's in a good place with the team. Yeah, I would say all of these guys look like they're in a good place with the team, except for Siakam. He had weird energy. He really did. I read it. He really did. Stargate saying, "Oh yeah, OG is much better now with the media than he was earlier in his career." Yeah, we're proud of him. OG, you've had a good career of changing as a defensive player, an offensive player, and a media savvy person. And that is very good. Team player is the word that is mattering here, Cowboy. Fiercely saying, OG, on a serious note, he's definitely more comfortable in his answers. Looking forward to his game. She's got love eyes for OG. Jason's saying he's excited for the season. See, you're a real one, Jason. I have no problem with your realism and your points. There's nothing wrong with what Jason was saying, y'all. And I really disappointed y'all came after him so hard. Isaac saying OG equals defensive player of the year. Ask him about it. Yeah, it's cool that he made the defensive team, and they said something about it. He was proud about it too. You could tell. Coquette saying, haha, OG said he's going to let his agency handle the extension too. Yeah, I think that there were certain things that these guys just weren't going to talk about. Their agents probably told them that. And then also nobody mentioning Nick Nurse this whole entire day of media day. Not a single word. They talked about Fred. They talked about his departure. Nobody talked about replacing Nick or being worried about that. And that's very telling. That is very telling right there. Seriously. Monique saying, silence the talkers, OG. Thank you. He's very happy here in Toronto. He wants to play in Toronto. Y'all worried about his extension and him going somewhere else. Well, he likes Masai and he likes Toronto. So don't fire Masai. If you fire Masai, it may be less likely OG does stay in Toronto. So think about it that way, people that are coming after our front office. So there you go. Tom Duke saying, just do whatever the team needs. That's what OG wants. What does he care about his role? He has a huge role. He's a very good player. He's going to get paid. He's going to do well. He understands he does what's good for the team. The team wins. The team builds. The team's successful. He's successful. He gets paid more money. So his role is fine. Everybody who said his role is wrong or he's not happy with his role, they've been absolutely wrong with these rumors the last few years. Absolutely wrong. Jason's saying he loves OG. You know what? I'm giving Jason another dunk because he's a positive person on this, y'all. I'm telling y'all, he's not a negative ninny, and we need to welcome Jason Choi as a new Raptor freak, y'all. G saying, I love Toronto and want him to stay. You want OG to stay. That's right. Fiercey saying, Scotty's up there, cardio Scotty. We don't want him to be cardio Scotty. We want him to score. That's right. We got OG and Scotty, them city boys on blast. Carlos saying, so it was conditioning that was hindering him last season. Yeah, he just realized at a certain point, and it's not even the offensive side he needs it for. He needs it for the defensive side. If he really wants to be that seal out, stopping everybody player like OG has been at times, he knew he had to get better with his conditioning and being able to run up and down the court. And he was doing that this summer. At the Brooklyn Bridge, we saw him near the end of his run. He was tired, but he still was running up and down a full court under a Brooklyn Bridge with some pickup players, just random dudes in New York City this summer. So Scotty was out there running a lot is what he said. Carlos saying, Jason saying Scotty needs to show us something this year. Yeah, I like that you use the word dominate. And I very much hope that he follows through with that. That's right. Tom Duke's got him on blast. Tom Duke's got him on his fantasy team. You know, Amit, because of the way this stream has gone, I'm going to do the fantasy analysis. I think I might save it for Sunday for the special report or something like that. We'll do another day where we give it more focus directly. because I don't think I'm going to give it justice, especially if I'm going to go to 5 hours very soon. Let's see. Mo's got the team on blast. G's saying Scottie put on a lot of muscle last season, and that changed shooting mechanics and conditioning. Great players will find how to balance both. Yeah, I agree with that. Totally agree with that. Mark Smith saying, damn, 240? He's a beast now. 6'11 and 240. That's right. 6'11 with his shoes on. Jason saying he needs to show improvements on that jumper this season, the mid-range shot. Yeah, and the three. And I'm telling you, if you watch Rico Hines runs, Jason, you can see him squaring up much more square. His fundamentals on his shot are way better this year. And he's showing it. He's proud of it. He was very much talking about it on his Twitch stream a few days ago about how much he feels like his shot is better this year. He sees it himself. And Darko said it too. He's like, these guys are excited to come and show you what they've worked on this summer and the improvements they've made. And I think he's specifically talking about Scottie, because there are certain leaps with him that have happened this summer that we're going to see very evident this season. Watch. Isaac saying Scottie is a young man and literally still growing. 6'11", 240 pounds, and a winning smile. We'd be good. Yeah, we're going to be good. Carlos saying, can't wait for the season to start. I can't either. Jason saying, what's your prediction for the first 20 games in terms of record? This is a great question, Jason. I don't know, looking at it without looking at the specific games and kind of counting them down. If you want me to just like spitball it right now, I would say I hope that we're going to win 12 of those games. If we can win 12 of those games, I'll be happy. If we can win 15 of them, that's really awesome. If we're under 10, I may be a little worried. I do want to have a winning record right off the bat, but there's no telling. There is no telling. There is a difficult schedule right off the bat, like last season. So he's getting thrown to the fire. You're going to have to play Nick Nurse and the Sixers coming to Toronto on the second night of a back-to-back on a Saturday. It's the third game of the season. And yeah, that's not going to be easy. So if they get 12 wins, I'll be happy. If they can get 15, I'll be ecstatic. But yeah, I want them to get at least 11. I want them to be a winning team. So Carlos saying our starting five looking like the Monstars with length and girth. Yeah, they better not be trying to sign no Bugs Bunny or Lola Bunny or any of the bunnies or Elmer Fudd or any of them Looney Tunes to try and take on the Raptors Monstars that are coming at them this year. That's right. Fiercey saying Pascal was away most summer. I'm hoping him and Darko will make the most of it in terms of bonding prior to the season. Yeah. Yeah, in some ways, Siakam's like, why put in the energy if I might get turned around and traded all of a sudden? And that may have been part of why the distance was there, just in case. In some ways, it would be sad and emotional. Well, you're in, you're on, you're at MediaDay, and it's time to go. And it's time for you to meet up and get in there with Darko and catch up on things. There you go. Mo's saying, yep, 240. Let's go, Scottie. That's right. Big man, big muscles, big weight. Yeah, Carlos saying Fiercey. Yep, I was thinking that too. And Fiercey saying, let my ass off at the eye roll when they said culture again. Yeah, you saw that too. You had that little eye roll. Yeah. Carlos saying Pascal was originally a system player before blossoming into this ISO monster. Hopefully he buys into Darko's system. I'm guessing the front office sees this as the question too. Yeah. Well, in some ways, this is maybe something they're testing Siakam on. Jason is coming with good points. If Siakam is not going to fit with Darko's new system, well, then maybe we are going to move him this season. I don't know. We'll have to see how it all goes. Once again, we are the spectators. We're the audience. We're the crowd. We don't have control over the situation. Don't let the media try and teach us, oh, we have control over it. No, we don't. We're supposed to watch. We're spectators and enjoy. It's entertainment for us to be happy. So all these fans that are so upset and out of pocket, you're not getting what it means to be a fan. You're supposed to enjoy it, be entertained, not tortured and suicidal because of your team. That's the most ridiculous outcome of this. If you really enjoy this so much, why are you so negative and unhappy? Why don't you go find another hobby or another team to root for if you're so upset with the Raptors? That's what I'd say. It's like, if you love this so much, why are you spending so much time on it? If you're so negative about it, is what I say. Yeah. Yeah. Jason's saying, can he go back? I hope he can. We'll have to see. We'll have to see if he can go back to that system. I think he can. It's in him. He knows that way. And in some ways, it's different. Even if you're a system player, you can still be a focal point and still get a lot of touches. He's going to get his touches. So Kareem's saying, one thing Scottie hasn't practiced during the summer was public speaking. I'm definitely not knocking him, but like when I listen to Grady Dick, he seems way more polished. Scottie's just awkward. In some ways, he's a very quick thinker, but it's on the court with recognizing things on the court with like passes and motions and placement and spacing. I'd much rather him be very quick in his mind on that. Now, in front of a microphone, he's not as quick thinking. In some ways, he can be a deer in the headlight, and he's kind of like, and he is very cognizant of people trying to judge him for being stupid. And that's part of the reason why he hates this shit. In some ways, he may never become a very good, polished public speaker, but I was actually helping him myself personally last year on Twitch. He would practice doing public speaking on the Twitch with us. And because I have a background in public speaking, in my degree, I got my minor in communication and public speaking. I was teaching him how to speak more clearly and kind of cut out the ums and the uhs. And like one of the things I said to him, I said, Scottie, when you ask you a question, don't like start with because he hated how he did that. I said, you know what you do? Just pause, think about it, don't say anything, and then just go right into your question. And he was practicing it with me last year at this time. So we try to get him better with the public speaking. And I think he's gotten better and better. He's better this year. It may not seem like a lot, but he was better this year. And in some ways more confident. It's not his first rodeo anymore. Is that kind of thing. Yeah. A cool cat saying Nick Nurse's schemes didn't sit right with the players, it seems, after listening to Scottie. No, none of them liked what he was saying to them. I think it was true. You know, for all the misgivings of the idiot who shall not be named, Nick was doting on Fred way too much. And in some ways that really did, like, that was a good criticism last year. We were trying to protect them because I try and protect the ship as it's sailing. And I was trying to say opposite. It was like, no, Nick's going to do what he's going to do. Fred's just doing what he's told him to do. Well, he did. He put the ball too much in Fred and Pascal's hands. And in some ways, that wasn't the right thing to do. And that's part of the reason why he got fired. Yeah. Jason saying for Pascal, it's about less dribbling, getting into his moves quicker, and passing it out when he's not there. Very fair and exactly right, Jason. Very fair and exactly right. Fiercely saying, Lex, you change the rules to that early bet. Heard the word selfish and culture more than winning. Ooh, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess those were the key words on this, but they were the key words from last year and making sure that these things aren't going to happen this year, I think. G saying, I like hard questions, but these reporters are buzzkills and repeating the same questions. They're not even hard questions. They asked all the questions we thought they would ask, and some of them were answered exactly how I thought they would be answered. So in some ways, the press just sucks. They sounded like idiots. It's like, y'all write your questions before. If y'all can't, we're going to get a 13-year-old to replace you because he'll do a better job. Carlos saying culture and selfish, 2 words of the day. Yeah. Yeah, they were used a lot in there, but that's because we have fears and concerns. We don't want to repeat last season, and we want to make sure that this stuff is gone, that we got it out there. Yeah. Jason said, hopefully that's the last we hear about selfishness. Boom, goes the dynamite. Exactly. See, Jason's come full circle here. Y'all really thought he was anti, but he's not. And he's got 4 dunks now in his rookie appearance. That's unheard of. I've never seen a rookie come in here and get 4 dunks all of a sudden. Carlos saying that's the word, defensive. Yeah. G saying these reporters are talking about culture change and then they keep talking about selfishness. Complete downers. Darko addressed it. Ask highball IQ questions. Something like that brings energy. Yeah, they're not on our side. Those people are not on our side. Most of those reporters are assholes, and they don't give a shit if the Raptors are successful or not. So fuck them. Jason saying reporters have always fed on negative news. It will die down after media day. Yeah, some of these questions get asked and answered. Then a lot of them get, people go away with filling in the narrative in the blank canvas. We've heard Masai talk today. We've heard Darko talk. We've heard Pascal. We've heard these guys come and talk about this year, and they've all said good things and the right kind of things. So Jason saying once the team starts playing team ball, we won't have to hear these questions. I agree. And it's going to be great when we actually get to playing again. And in some ways they can analyze little nitpicky things, but the overall idea of what is this team doing? What is the direction? Or why is front office doing this way? Hopefully that shit will go away. And also Darko's system could be very successful early. That'll help a lot too. Like if we show some success early, that'll shut up a lot of stupid shit too. Success always does that. Yeah, Carlo, we finally agree. All right, Carlo, you're getting a dunk for coming around with him. I think Carlo's on here somewhere. Where's Carlo JS? He should be on here already. He's around enough. No, he's not. All right, I'm Carlo JS. You're getting your first dunk ever. And honestly, I'm so happy to see you guys come full circle. But seriously, we're not a group that's trying to alienate people that are real Raptors fans. They're smart. And Jason is that. And I can tell. Mischief saying, wow, you're still live. Respect for that, Lex. You said that at noon. I'm still on 90 minutes later. Cool Cat saying, we just have to be open-minded. Folks are talking Pascal because he's now the vet. Pascal was developed under a different system with winning stars like Kyle, DeRozan, and Kawhi. Yeah, it's just the things are going to morph. It's a new coach. It's obvious. I know Cool Cat, being a huge Pascal fan, she's maybe number one Pascal fan here, the antithesis of any anti-Pascal people. She may be a little worried about Pascal, but also she has confidence he's going to be utilized and done well no matter what, even if he's not overused in isolation this year. She's not afraid of that. That does not threaten her. She knows that the caliber of her guy is so good, he will fit into whatever system. And because he's this unselfish guy, like he said, he's going to do what it takes to fit what Darko wants. And I think that people understand that. Carlos saying, yep, Darko needs to work his magic with Pascal. I think he just needs more time with him. He went and had a dinner with him early in the summer, but I don't think he saw much of him after that. And now it's time to really get together, go to work and training camp and start talking about it and get it all cleared up. And Siakam may be very smiley at the next press conference we see him at. Right now he's unsure and then things are a little weird. And it could very well be he's more confident about what Darko's going to utilize him for the next time he's in front of a microphone. So let's see how the difference is then. Alan Tams put Drizzy on blast, giving $10,000 to Trevor J's friend. Cool Cat saying Pascal is now the vet and most awarded player, so he gets the blame. He's just being media savvy in this new climate. Yeah, I think I agree with that. Jason saying, I think we get the 7th seed this year. This team is good enough to put a scare to one of the top teams. I think that we're better than that in some ways, Jason. I think last year the mire of the bad vibes really hurt us, and people are going to be shocked at how successful we are this year. Trust me. A full training camp with Yak is going to be showing that. Watch. All right, Jakob's up on the pedestal there now. G saying Jakob, OG, and Pascal and Scottie are huge. Yes, big. Yak is big. Cowboy saying Yak and Dennis, speaking that German on the court. G saying Yak may be their best public speaker right now. Fred was pretty good. It's just he had an attitude. So you might be right. I don't know if that's true, though. I won't say that for sure. In some ways, OG has come a long way. Seriously, OG looked really good today. Let's see. The Raptors are going to be in the playoffs and more, and we're going to win. That's right, Cowboy. I love it. NBA champions 2024. Toronto Raptors. Top saying Yak is back. Amazing defender. I hope there will be more movement by Pascal and Barnes without the ball to help Yak get passing angles. OG is great at cutting. They could learn from him. I love everything Top's describing here. I think that this is exactly what we're going to see. Exactly. Cowboy saying, wow. And Infamous saying, salute freaks. The people that say we have no direction. Well, Masai has clearly answered it again. So stop asking. That's right. He believes in our guys. He believes in drafting guys right the first time so he doesn't have to do trades, and developing his own guys and retaining them and seeing the long-term benefits of a guy like Pascal Siakam or Fred VanVleet and getting them to retain them, and good things happen. So that's the thing. We're not trying to willy-nilly just switch guys in and out. No, that's not what we're trying to do. CJ Miles tweeted the other day, stability is a strength. And not moving your team around so often and is a strength. Instability is what I'm trying to say here. Yeah. Isaac saying Jakob's IQ is showing. Anyone still wondering why we got him? Jeez. I mean, seriously, this man's brilliant, and he knows his basketball IQ is super high. And I'm excited to see him get to work with Darko. Yeah, G saying Yak is highly intelligent, very intelligent basketball player. He really knows his basketball stuff. Yeah, you guys are calling him a genius. Fiercely saying, so Fred basically maneuvered and manipulated Jakob in helping his stats. Well, they talked about where they like to have what. When Jakob described that, he was saying Fred told me what and what. It seemed like Fred was very bossy last year. Even in just hearing how he said he was talking to him about that, I get the feeling that Fred was very much being very bossy last year. Cowboy saying, is Yak the last player today or is there more? Well, it turns out it looks like he is because they're not coming back. I was hoping Dennis would show up, but I don't think the plane got here in time. Guardian Transit saying Raps are ready to bring that underdog mentality and team building process to the fold. They will be better than most predicted. I see a much stronger bench. I love what you're saying, Guardian Transit. I agree with it. I see it too. Cowboys saying Raptors will be much watched TV. The States won't get to see them. They won't have that privilege because they won't know until it's too late, and they didn't put us on national TV. So that's their damn fault. They miss out. Isaac saying, let's grow. That's right. And G saying, did Yak just get up and leave? Yeah, he wasn't about that. Just get out of there. Don't need to be in there with those sharks. Listen in front of those idiots. Don't give them any time. Get out of there as quickly as possible. That's what I say. Tom Duke saying, I like that, Lex. We are homers for all the Raptors. That's right. And Cool Cat saying, did Scottie say he weighs more than 240 pounds? He said he weighs 240 pounds right now. That's what he said he's weighing at right now. That's a lot of meat, a lot of agility for a man that size. Kareem saying there are times where Yak sounds like he's foreign. Then there are days like today where he sounds like he's running for office. The English dialect is on point. Yeah, well, he's been in the league for a long time. You know, when he first showed up, he never really had a super strong Austrian accent. He really kind of came in. He's always kind of sounded North American to a degree. Cool Cat saying Nick Nurse is more ISO because he won a championship that way. Kawhi ISO. Nick Nurse was developing Pascal, OG, and Scottie to be ISO because that's playoff style. So regular season is the practice. See, in some ways, I don't mind that. Siakam's got great isolation skills that we can go to when it makes sense and what we need to do. And I think Cool Cat brought up a good point. At a certain point in the playoffs, you do need to have isolation-heavy talents like Kevin Durant, like Kyrie Irving, that can really score when you really need a tough basket when things are really tough. And Siakam's got that body of work. Now, do we want to wear him out over the whole entire season, proving that he can do that kind of stuff? No. So let's let the whole team play around. But when things are in bad shape, I don't mind going to isolation with Siakam because in some ways he'll be better suited, less tired to be able to be successful at doing it. Because it isn't something everybody's getting so much practice at trying to stop all season. Yeah, how about that? There you go. I love it, Cool Cat. That's awesome. Top saying Yak is the best speaker on the team. He gives the most thoughtful answers. I hope he steps up and becomes more vocal and is the co-leader with Scottie, and he has the best statistical season. Yeah, I want these guys to be more leadership. And OG said he's going to step up more and be more of a leader this year, which is really, really, really good. And Jakob should be some part of the leadership too. If anything, being a calling out defensive stuff on the court in the middle of the action. If in some ways people don't want him to come tell him what to do off the court, he can definitely be a leader on the court as somebody looking around and being communicative in how they're doing their defensive sets and offense too even. So there's different leadership styles here. I think in some ways Scottie may be that more raw vocal leader that is typical in the end. And Siakam may be more that leader that leads by example and playing really good on the court. OG may be stepping up and saying more around the team. Dennis is going to be a fiery, like, guys, I know how we win, and this is what we need to do kind of guy. And hopefully they don't tune him out, and they really do respect his resume and who he is as a player. It sounds like Gary has an immense respect for Dennis. OG says he loves him. So, you know, it looks like things are going to be good with Dennis. I just want Pascal to listen to him too, and Scottie. Those guys need to listen to Dennis also. Even if they feel like they may be, you know, why am I listening to Dennis? No, you need to listen to Dennis too, even though he's a new guy who just showed up. Let's see. Top saying Pascal is likely following trade rumors and it's stressing him out. He's always looked stressed to me since the bubble. Masai definitely was shaking his interview, but the last question he nailed it. Yeah, Masai's a badass. Honestly, he really is. Trevor J saying a bunch of dummies asking questions, a lot of stupid questions. I won't disagree with you, Trevor J. And you know what? I'm going to give you a dunk for that because I think that is very astute and on point comment. A bunch of dummies asking stupid questions. Most saying such a great day. I'll do my write up when I can and notes with stream. We get back. Go Raptors. Go 9 to 5. Yes, Monique. The good times are bound to start rolling again. Raptors going to be back on the court and we're going to get basketball to watch very soon. And I'm excited about it. Vancouver, they're coming. Be ready for them. Paul B saying, do we owe this team the chance to see how the regular season plays out? Or should we be thinking longer term? And if Siakam isn't in the longer term plan, why aren't we getting his future replacement time? A full year of Siakam will make this team look so different from last year. I'm too excited. We do owe this team the chance with a new coach to have it this year to do it. Yes. I don't like this. Like, Paul, I don't like how you oriented this. It's like, do we owe this team? Do we owe Masai this? Do we owe this? Yes, we owe these guys whatever. Who are we? We're not the owners of this team. We're not Larry Tannenbaum. We're not Ted Rogers III, God forbid. And, you know, in some ways, we're just the fans. And why are we so, like, needy and like, oh, we owe this? No, we're not like that. We take what we get, and we're happy when we're successful. And I think that's the biggest problem in Raptors fan nation right now is they seem entitled. And I'm sick of this shit. They don't owe us anything. They play good, entertaining basketball, and we love them. And that's all I feel like they owe us. So I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to say, oh, does this team owe us this or this? No, fuck that. That's the wrong verbiage. That's not how we should be talking. That's the verbiage that entitled fans start thinking. And I'm not about that. The team will be what it is. And I hope they're successful when they win, but I'm not mad at them if they're not successful because I know they're going to be trying to get back to successful. And it doesn't help anything to add noise about, oh, they're unsuccessful. They suck. I hate them. No, I'm not going to kick them while they're down. I'm going to give them a hand and try and pull them back up, is what I'm going to do, is the way I look at it. Fiercely saying off topic, congrats to the New York Liberty as they're heading to the WNBA Finals to face the Las Vegas Aces in the WNBA Finals. Very, very cool. And yes, congratulations to them. Thank you, Fiercey. KSM saying Dennis is next and an hour away, apparently. Holy crap. All right. Well, I'm glad I'm staying on because we may still see Dennis pop on here. So thank you for the information, KSM, that Dennis is going to show up and still do his interview at some point. Mischief saying, ever since the Raptors signed Jakob and Grady, I see more basketball nets in rich neighborhoods. I have no problem with this. We want more people playing basketball no matter where they live. Paul B saying, hopefully the Democratic sharing the ball doesn't draw shades of every man for himself with the ball like last year. Seems the issue was no one knew when their chance was coming and Darko needs a plan. Now, see, I'm agree. Paul, this is kind of a weird statement, but I want to break this down fairly. Listen, there's a difference between what Nick had us doing last year and what Darko's describing us doing now. In some ways, he's going to have more defined offensive roles for these guys as far as actions that they do that they're very good at. Part of what he's done this summer is to orientate himself with the proclivities and strengths and minuses of our players. And he's taking it all in and he's crafting an offensive system that will rely on some of those actions that are very good. Now, one of the things he's saying is the half-second rule is that he doesn't want anybody holding the ball for too long. Imagine them playing the child's game hot potato, and that's basically what it is. So no more Fred dribbles up slowly and stands and kind of surveys it. Dennis brings the ball up immediately, and he throws it immediately to Gary, who Gary, if he doesn't have the shot, they have a protocol for it's like, oh, see if I got the shot or I have the drive or I have to pass it. And he has to make that decision in a half second. And that's what they're describing is that the ball's going to be moving, passing more. Nick was anti-pass, so this is going to be a lot more different. Now, Darko's philosophy is you have the green light to shoot if you're open and you're not doubled and you're not trying to take a bad shot. So this covers some of what Jason was saying about there being bad shot selection last season. Darko wants the best possible shots. And that's by playing off each other, looking for cutters near the basket, and they throw a lob to a cutting Grady Dick, and he gets an easy layup, like I saw at Rico Hines this summer. That's what he's looking for more. Is not one guy working so hard with his back to the basket, them moving around and moving it, and if the ball's going to fall in each one of their baskets every once in a while, so everyone's going to get their shots when they're supposed to, according to the protocol of what they're supposed to think when they get the ball and whether they're supposed to pass or shoot. And I'm going to see that. It's going to be cool. I'm excited about it. The roles will be much more defined this year than they were on offense. Trust me, Nick didn't even build an offense last year. He's basically a defensive coach the last 2 years and just relying on those guys to just make up the offense themselves. I barely saw Nick call any offensive plays in the last 2 years, and it pissed me off. I was calling him out on it constantly, and that's part of the reason why I wanted him to get fired at the end of the season because he was being a lazy offensive coach. David's saying, wow, I came back from medical appointment. We're still live. This is sick. And I hope you're not sick going to the doctor, David. Hey, it wasn't me this time. Laugh out loud. Welcome to the team, Jason. Yeah, David, if you were here, I hope you wouldn't have piled on him like that. Dana said, I'm watching Tatum speaking in Milwaukee. No, Lillard. You mean Lillard. Okay, interesting. Isaac gave me the cutoff. James Harden is getting fined for not coming to media day. Well, it is what it is. Good stuff, James. Thank you. Fiercely saying that, Dana, really? Oh, boy. It must be great being a Sixers fan. Fiercely saying this will mess up their early team dynamics. Keep it up, James. Yeah, thank you, James Harden. Fiercely saying Fred was good and politically correct, but kind of sneaky at times. Yak clearly thinks before answering, but the aim is more team-oriented rather than individual. I agree with that. And Fiercely saying, when I downloaded the TSN app, it said Raptors media coverage from 9 to 6 p.m. It still shows live coverage will resume shortly. So I'm thinking Dennis will speak. Yeah, I'm still seeing this too. And you just said that like 5 minutes ago. So I've caught up on the comments. Well, you know what I'll do? I'll do the Instagram check and I'll do a couple of different things and we'll hang on. And if he's not on by 2, I might get off then. So we'll give him another 13 minutes. How about that? Let's see. Cowboys saying later, Lex and the Freaks. Bam. Everybody have a blessed and safe day. Enjoy the sunshine, peace, and W stream like always, Lex. Thank you, Cowboy. I appreciate you, Bradley. Isaac saying, I always thought Jimmy Butler liked country music, yet he looks like he just joined an emo band my child must like. Is he doing Panic at the Disco right now? This man's getting notorious for his preseason looks. And he does this just so that his picture looks weird on all the graphics all season. So this man looking like Panic like the Disco right now? Is it Jimmy panicking at the disco? Alistair saying, very interesting what Masai had to say. Yeah, he was a little bit of different. Like he is a little bit like, yeah, I understand y'all's criticism, but understand what we're trying to do. Hear me. Listen to me. We're developing from within. We get better from our guys. And he did say the word parity a couple different times. This is not the NBA of 10 years ago. It's not where a juggernaut, like 3 juggernaut teams are real NBA contenders. The field is more wide open. There's like the top 10 teams or 12 teams in the league can actually feasibly win an NBA championship. So tanking to win is stupid, and losing to win is stupid too, because you want to be going the right direction, and we can make that leap. Yeah, Stargate saying Nick was horrible at challenges. He was terrible at substitutions. Yeah, let's just pile on him, Stargate. And Amit saying, damn, you're still on. That's right. I'm the GOAT, Amit. You're not the GOAT. I'm on 5 hours today. Isaac Campbell saying, yep. And Stargate saying, so we're waiting on Dennis? Yeah, he's probably customs. You could probably blame Pearson for this. Like I said, he's on Instagram saying he's on a plane earlier this morning. And so he's trying to get here. I'm saying, do you look over the fantasy league yet? What do you think about my team? You know what? We'll do that right now. I'm the GOAT. Let me go do this real quick since you called out for it. All right, I'm the GOAT. I'm going to go look at your team real quick and analyze it for a little bit. I really was actually, when I was looking back at y'all's teams yesterday after the fact, there was some things I was really impressed by. Now, it seems like Amit the GOAT was very influenced by the FIBA tournament, since he has some very prominent FIBA players here like SGA, Jalen Brunson, Cameron Johnson, quite a few of those FIBA guys there. Amit, you've got Trey Murphy on the injured reserve already for a few months in the season. So I'll give you a fantasy tip. Go ahead and move him to the IL and get to the waiver wire and go get you an extra player right now, because Trey Murphy can go to your injury reserve. In fact, a couple of your players might be able to go there, and you may be able to pick up a couple extra players just to have on your team. I made the joke yesterday that you were getting anti-Raptor guys by getting Caleb Martin and Quentin Grimes, and I think it's pretty funny that you got them. But then you turned around and got Koloko himself. So you've got Caleb Martin versus Koloko on your team. Hilarious. Now, if you really want to possibly do a trade with me for Draymond Green, I'll tell you who I'll trade you him for right now, straight up. 1 for 1, I'll trade you Michael Porter Jr. for Draymond Green right now. If you want to do that deal with me, I will make that deal with you right now. Maybe Mark Williams. No, I don't want Mark Williams. He's a no name on Charlotte. I want Michael Porter Jr. So if you want Draymond Green, a champion for a champion, Amit the GOAT. So yeah, there you go. I went over your team real quick, and that's kind of how I look at it. You got some good balance. I like some of the players you got on that team. You know, I like SGA, obviously. I really do. Bam's not a bad player to have in fantasy. That's a very good player to have. You may not have as much depth as some of the other teams. You know, a lot of your guys are like role players, and they're good, solid players, but they're unsung heroes. So I'll give you that. I'll give you that. And I don't really rate Jalen Brunson that high like everybody else does. But I like Bam and I like SGA as far as things on your team. So, you know, it's not bad. It's not bad for first fantasy draft with us. That's not bad. Yeah, Stargate saying, did Larry send the Gulf Stream for Dennis this morning? I think he did, actually. Let me go look at the Instagram check with Dennis. I'll tell you right now. I seen Dennis is on the plane this morning. Let me get to the right one. It's Air DS17. He's got a nice little coffee cup. He's got some cookies, and that looks like a private jet that may be Larry Tannenbaum. So that was 5 hours ago he was on the plane. So you tell me where he is right now as far as things. Let's see. He's drinking a drink. He said got 1 hour left. First time on a plane by himself. He's drinking that coffee. He's trying to get there. And I don't know if he'd made it in time. So it is what it is. Shay is, let's see if Shay's given any clues to where Dennis is at this point. No, he's just promoting their YouTubes. So yeah, very, very interesting stuff there. Let's keep going. Let's see who else I got on the Instagram check here. There's Ron Harper Jr. saying happy birthday to Mia Harper, his sister. Happy birthday to Mia Harper. Mr. New York City is in the mirror flexing. He's also quoting Matthew. He's got the phone shoe up to his ear. He's shouting out to Backdoor TO for hooking him up with some shoes in Toronto, some Nikes. Very, very cool. And he's quoting Matthew 28:20. And surely I am with you always to the very end of the edge. Yeah, very end of the age. There you go. He's a real one. He's saying he's got loyalty. And that's one thing I really do like about Noel is I think because we picked him and we chose him, he's going to be loyal to the Raptors in the long run. The work is done. Now let's head to Media Day. So he's at Media Day. He's ready to go there. Awesome stuff. He's posted a nice God bless message you got from someone. And there's his nice, shiny, new red Raptors 24. Noel wearing the 24 for the Raptors this year. Look at that jersey. That's so pretty. That's a rite of passage for you, man. That's got to be making it feel real right there. We got Mogi. He's got some shoes he's looking at in a mirror. He was at I think, you know what, guys? You know where he was? This is so crazy. Mogi went to Kensington Market in the last couple days, and he went to this store that was next to my old apartment. And I feel bad that I don't live in Kensington anymore because I might have ran into Mohamedou Gueye in the last couple days. He may have been the Raptor I ran into in Kensington if I'd just been there. That's a really cool shop. It literally is next to the wall of my old apartment. It's in the same building. And it's a really cool shop that sells T-shirts and all kinds of cool swag and albums and stuff. Well, Mogi found it, and he took some pictures of himself at that shop on his Instagram stories. That's where those shoes are hanging. That's on Dundas Street, y'all, really close to Kensington Avenue. I know where that shop is if y'all are interested in going there and checking it out. And it's very cool that Mogi's there supporting it. I very much love that so much, so much. All right, I think that's my Instagram check. Let me just go and see if anybody did anything like since. It seems like there may be a bunch of posts because we've been on for 5 hours already. Let's see what Dennis is saying now. Looks like he has another post up. Maybe he is in the airport or somewhere. Oh, he's got food. So he's still on the plane 4 hours ago. He got his breakfast. Looks like a good omelet. He's got some orange juice. He's got some croissants. Yeah, I said it right. I said croissant. And he's putting his Atelier drip on blast. Buy his cologne is what he's saying. He's still on the plane. He's on his third plane today, an hour ago. So he is very much behind. And he's also sharing love for his wife, Ellen, on his Instagram stories and his mother and his brother. It's all about family with Dennis Schroeder, and I love him for it. That's right. We love you, Dennis, and you're showing up. DeMar DeRozan has a picture of him and Zach LaVine at Media Day on his Instagram right now. All right, there's the Raptors Instagram check. And we are coming up on 2 o'clock, and I ain't seeing nothing here right now. Yeah, let's see. Amit saying, I'm good. I don't want Draymond for MPJ. Yeah, that's about where I'm at. I'm not going to give you something crazy for Draymond. I really want something good. And Michael Porter Jr. is about equal in my eyes as far as things. All right. Does anybody else want me to check their fantasy team that is here? I only want to do it if you're actually here. Amit's here. He asked it, requested it. If there's any other managers of your fantasy team, this is your opportunity to get me to give you an assessment by looking at your team. Now, just real quick, I'll talk about the first week of the season. We've got some really cool matchups. We got the Saborans against each other, which is going to be very, very, very cool. David versus Peter is the grudge match for the first game of the season. We got Duke Rocks versus the Rockweilers, which is basically our champion from last season going up against Fiercey. That's going to be fun. Bradley versus Raymond Jacob. That's a great matchup. Some good shit talking, I'm hoping. Really good to see that we got the dick pick is Country Kong, and he'll be playing Why Not in the first week of the season. Quick Takes is up against HC. That's a good matchup. Meredith going up against Ahmed the Goat. Ahmed the Goat, you will be playing against our WNBA fantasy champion in the first week. Duppy versus Naco the Nacho in a Western matchup. These two guys are out on the west side of Toronto and Mississauga. That's why y'all are in the Western Conference or the Western Division. Kareem against Cool Cat in their first matchup. Tom's going up against Alistair, and then I will be playing against Race Mode Daily in my first matchup. The Raptors Freak 416 All-Stars. I thought about changing my team to the K team because I got Kyle, Kevin, Kawhi, Keldon. I got all these Ks on my team, and I was going to change my picture to Kyle Lowry with a B.A. Baracus hairstyle. I wanted Kyle Lowry as Mr. T, but I can't find that image anywhere. And I'm not good enough with Photoshop to make it myself. I don't know, Tom, you want to make a Mr. T Kyle Lowry for me? Maybe for my fantasy league? I don't know. You don't have to do that, Tom. Let's see. Tom's saying, uncertain what I feel about my team. Good job today. Thanks, Tom. This may be the longest stream I've ever done. We're over 5 hours, and I don't think I've ever done much more over 5 hours. Let me go look at Tom's team since he just said something. Tommy, I love that you got Scottie this year. If I'm not going to have Scottie on my team, I'm glad you got him. That's a very good thing. You got Jordan Poole on your team. That's very interesting. I like De'Aaron Fox. That's a great pickup. Aaron Gordon, an unsung, very solid fantasy player. Of course, we love our guy Lugetz Dort of Team Canada. Sengun. Some people were very upset with you when you picked Sengun. They wanted him on their team. Your centers are very strong, actually. I love seeing that you got Adams, Okongwu, and Sengun, and you got Marvin Bagley III. Tom, you got really good, strong centers. I love young Ayo Desumo as one of your backup guards. Yuta on your team. I love to see Yuta getting on your team. And then Patrick Beverly. That's fun, Tom, that you went and got Patrick Beverly. I like your team, Tom. I think it's got some good, solid talent on it. Very, very strong up front. And, I'm not going to go against my guy, Scottie. It's really interesting how Brown has like position eligibility at point guard, shooting guard, and small forward. That's a very versatile person to have on your team to have those kind of things. So, Tommy, I like your team a lot. One thing about this league is there's 20 teams in our fantasy league, and only 8 of them will get into the playoffs. So you want to be one of the top 8 teams because 12 teams are not making the playoffs at all. So you really do need to be very good to be in our playoffs for this season. More than half of the teams will not be in the playoffs, just so you know. There you go. Yeah, you play Meredith in week 1. Yeah, MK's a very tough fantasy player, so be on your game, Amit. You got a tough test right off the bat. All right, well, it's 2 o'clock, and I don't know if Dennis is actually going to make it. I'll bet you money. Even if that plane lands in time, the customs ain't going to let him get here in time. So we may see a Dennis Schroeder press conference at some other point, but I don't think it's happening today, guys. I don't think it is. Isaac's saying that's because the longest stream you've done is 9.5 hours with Scottie Barnes. Actually, yeah, that's true. I think, but I wasn't talking that whole time, and that's totally different. Talking for 5 hours straight is crazy, and it is difficult. Although I was silently watching also. All right, y'all. Thanks for watching me today. I'm gonna finish it up here right now at 5 hours and 15 minutes. Since we're not getting anybody back on for about an hour. I got all the way through the comments. I did some looking at some of the fantasy teams, and I did my Raptors Instagram check. Listen, trust in Masai. I know he sounded a little shaky in some ways today, but in some ways he's like, he's got to really hope that Darko is successful because it really is all tied together. These guys need to understand. Y'all aren't just playing for yourselves. You're not just playing for each other. You're playing for your coach, and you're playing for your front office. This season, y'all need to be successful because if you're not, there will be more changes beyond Nick Nurse and Fred VanVleet departing this season. So that's what I'm saying. Y'all need to win. If y'all like Masai being in charge, y'all need to win. If y'all like Darko being your coach, y'all need to win. If y'all like playing together as a team and being together on the Raptors, y'all need to win. And that is the most important thing. I'm really impressed with how our guys handled the questions today. A very, very good job with the extension talk, all the kind of different bullshit things they try to ask y'all. Y'all did a good job. I'm really proud of y'all. Really, really good stuff. Yeah, Amit's saying, I like Meredith's team, but I think I can beat it if my guys play well. Meredith is a guy, just so you know. He has a lot of dudes who can go off for 40. Yeah, Meredith is a very good team. He has a very good team indeed. MK does. All right, y'all. Have a good one. I'll see y'all tomorrow, and we'll be doing a trivia tomorrow, Amit, for sure. So be ready for trivia tomorrow. Maybe a specialized topic once again, and not the normal stuff. Who knows? Maybe not. Maybe I will just do a classic Jurassic. There's no telling. There's no guarantees on this. So y'all have a great day and all the best. Peace out to you, Amit the GOAT, holding it down in Israel for us, and all the rest of y'all. Jason Choi, once again, I'm not your enemy. I love you, bro. And I'm sorry that the chat overreacted to some of your comments that were very, very fair. In some ways, we are homers here. We are definitely homers. I am a Pascal homer, and I don't get insulted by that. In some ways, it's a real fan is like that. And, if you make a judgment like that, that's when they get on you. They're like, what? You don't like homers for Pascal when you might not like us. And but we will be fair about this. The ultimate thing is that we're team first, and we want the team to be successful. And if that means Siakam not taking as many shots this year, I'm all for it. All right, y'all. Thanks once again. I'll be back tomorrow. Please like, comment, share, and subscribe and join. And I'll be back tomorrow. And let's go Raptors. Let's go Masai. Let's go Darko. Let's go, guys. You guys look so good and so strong and so poised. And I'm all about it. Let's Go Toronto Raptors Nation, and let's stop being toxic, realize what you're adding to the noise, and make it more positive. There's already so much negative noise out there. It's unnecessary for us to be a part of it. All right, y'all. Let's go Raptors! Yeah.